So welcome back to the afternoon session. In case you were wondering about the music, this is not a convention for the movie Twilight, but accidentally we choose the version with lyrics instead of the pure instrumental versions. So our bad, we promise we will do better tomorrow.
It sets the mood. No, it's
sort of. Now for the afternoon session, it is our special pleasure to present you an ecosystem deep dive into the UAE. Maybe for a little bit of context, since 2019, we regularly invite participants from, let's say, other core areas where AI is being rolled out across the world to provide us insights. So, for example, in 2019, we had China here with Tencent and Alibaba. In 2020, our friends from Canada were joining us, like the region of Montreal or the unicorn Element AI. And for this year, it's actually much closer to the home base. It's east. And in the same fashion as we did with previous AAICs, we are partnering with organizations. In this regard, it's Network Development Hub is founded by Ms. Edin Hauge. So please come to the stage. And Navid. Maybe some of you might remember, Ellen was a keynote speaker actually at the AAIC in 2019. So it's my special pleasure to this time not just welcome you as a speaker, but as the session host and partner. And yeah, without further ado, I hand over the word to our host for today.
Well, thank you very much. And just to verify that we are all good, and now the audience can see my screen, right?
Yes, they can.
You see my screen? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, Dubai is the place where the best of the East meets the best of the West. I borrowed that quotation from one of our amazing speakers in this session. Now, the purpose of this session is to show you why the United Arab Emirates deserve the title as innovation frontrunner for application of AI in logistics. First, a few very short comments about the Network Development Hub. As Clemens rightly said, established last year by Navid Sayed, my business partner, and myself. So we're an international advisory helping, in particular, tech startups and scale-ups to grow and expand outside the national borders of where the company was established, and also connect them to corporates, governments, and academia across, in particular, the Nordics, the Central Europe, and the Middle East and United Arab Emirates. We are in particular interested and engaged in how to share knowledge, and we are very happy to also be able to announce that we have recently partnered with a global AI hub. They have set a target to educate 10 million people within artificial intelligence for the next 4 or 5 years. Half of them women, and we are very delighted to partner with these. And a tip to all of you, they open one of their first courses, an introduction to artificial intelligence and deep learning, on the coming Monday, and it's all for free, and it would fit for, well, most people interested. Go and have a look. A little bit of housekeeping before we get started. So we have 3 keynote speakers, then a break, and then we will bring the speakers back for a panel discussion. We will use Slido for questions, and feel free to connect on LinkedIn with both Navid, myself, and all our speakers, and feel free to reach out if you have questions. We will try to answer questions during the session, but we won't be able to answer all, so feel free to reach out. Now, let me just navigate my screens here as I can. The world of tech. So, let me introduce our first speaker. I hope we are all ready. Mahmoud Al-Bastaki, whom I also borrowed my initial quote from. He's the chairman of the board of Dubai Trade. He's also the COO and board director of DT World. He's passionately engaged in how digital technologies can make the world a better place for all of us. And he's also very engaged in smart city initiatives. Mahmoud, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Navid, will you be putting the slides or?
Matthias will help us with this.
Matthias will help us with the slides.
Yes, we are bringing them up. Just a second.
So there are two. There is one link and there is a PowerPoint attached in my email. There is one link. It's a big file. And there is also a PowerPoint attached.
Yeah, sure. Just a minute. We bring them up. We just received them. Yeah. Maybe you can make a short intro. We bring them up in a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I will take you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my utmost pleasure to be with you here. And I thank the organizer, represented by Dr. Saeed Al-Dhahri himself, Navid and Elena for this. And it's my pleasure to be connected into this platform. I come from an organization, for some of you might not be new, it's called DP World. DP World, some people say is Dubai Port World, but the brand name is DP World. We don't want to dissect it. So DP World, it's a global trade enabler. We are no longer what we started with as a port terminal operator. We are a trade enabler. We look at the trade ecosystem holistically. We want to make a difference using technology in the trade ecosystem. And we use technology and we use the infrastructure by building logistics hubs, by building ports, managing ports, free zones, industrial parks. We are not even limited to an ocean anymore. So people think DP World, they think of ocean. DP World is rail, DP World is truck, DP World, we work sometimes in the airport. DP World is investing in Hyperloop, which is the new mode of transportation for passengers and cargo. So DP World is very innovative, and we are investing in technology big time. And one of the things that we have is artificial intelligence and machine learning. That this is the subject of this conference. And is my slides ready, or should I try my own slides, guys?
I think Matthias, is the slides ready?
Yes, coming up.
Isn't that
Mahmoud,
big?
I mean, maybe can you try from your side? I mean, if that's
Okay. I go to this share.
yeah.
Okay, just one second. Let me open it first. Okay, Mahmoud
Yeah,
slide.
we got it.
You got it?
Yep, we have it online.
Yeah.
Not from me though. Okay. Yes, I see that. So yes, so one of the key areas, we have a product called Customs, Cargo's Customs. Cargo is just the main brand, the main umbrella, and under Cargo's come a lot of sub brands. So one of the things that we have is the customs solution. As you know, DP World is present in so many countries, and we have learned, acquired so much knowledge of how the trade is done, how is the clearance is done, and we operate many technology companies in Europe, in Latin America, in Australia, and for sure in Dubai, UAE. So one of the things that is customs solution is for customs authorities. it's a big thing, it's for customs how to use technology in order to process declaration of shipments, in order to ease the duty of collection of duty, the inspection, anything has to do with customs regime of import, export, and transit of cargo. So one of the things we have been working on is an AI for machine learning in customs business. So detection of anomalies in cargo, which is, for example, weight of the goods incompatible with the container. So a declarant says that the weight of my goods is 100, but in reality is once the weight is happening, really it's something else. So the system will detect that there is an anomaly. You don't have to have an human interventions. So unusual quantity of goods against declaration, for example, says I'm sending 200 cartons. He's declaring that he's sending 200 cartons. In reality is 150, for example. So it's a self-learning, it's auto creation of risk profile, identity risk movement of cargo, and price undervaluation. Unusual declared value is all detected using AI. Next, please. And the other one is the chat bots that we have developed for the customer to interact with us. So it's a business alerts. It gives the customers alert and notification, even through a wearable like smartwatches. Increase revenue by using advanced tool set for better classification of goods. Suspicious patterns and behaviors of trades are detected using AI. Recognition, extraction, and classification of data using NLP and OCR. So in summary, we are investing a lot of AI in the digital solution for customs that we have. I have other slides that I send you the link. Do you have it? Did you put it on? There's a link. There's a link down the email. I don't know if it's not there. Then I will.
Yeah, no, sorry for the link. It's unfortunately we are not able to open it. It only works with a DP world address.
It works only with DP world address. How do you share your screen then? Application.
Maybe try sharing your screen. There's a button down below that says share screen.
Is it sharing? Is it sharing now?
Yeah, we see it.
You see it?
Yes. We bring it up. Yeah.
Okay, just 1 second.
So here we are.
Okay. Is it full screen now?
Yes, excellent.
Okay, so that's my first 2 slides was about AI in customs domain and customs related. Also, as you know, the main asset of DP World is ports. And within the ports operation, there are so many areas where AI can be harnessed and used in order to optimize, streamline, expedite the clearance of cargo, exchange information. There are so many areas that we are working on. So I'll touch base on some, and also in one of the e-commerce digital that we are working on. So as you can see, we are applying AI in the e-commerce. As I said, this is something I'll talk about in yard operation, in finance, and commercial marketing. So let's talk about yard operation. You know, port has yard where they place the containers. So AI can be used as a data lake, getting gate bottleneck identification and batch optimization, shuffling reduction. You know, there are a lot of shuffling of cranes, and so if we apply AI, it will optimize. They know which one to take at which time. Better equipment assignment, we can optimize the operation, and higher throughput, lower cost per container. So this is applying AI in the yard operation. Also in the import and export area of operation, AI can be used in the tracking and the overall operation. Because we're having digital solution that gives rates to the end user who would like to ship a cargo from point A to point B. So we have a digital solution called C rates. This gives rates, and this C rates can be integrated real time with the other system we have in advance. So this integration and using AI, it will allow expansion for several days ahead of to forecast things, to have predictive analytics, implement machine learning approach for predictable seasonal fluctuations. So certain seasons have certain number of cargoes will come more than the others. All these permutation and combination of how cargo is handled can be handled by using AI. Also, AI can be used in marketing, finance, and e-commerce. So marketing at scale requires a neural-based predictive ecosystems. We're talking about customer-centric focus, intelligence, quality of data, and tech is built that connects all key data touch points, predictive models that forecast trends within the user and the world, and the big data managed in-house to leverage first-party data in nanoseconds. That's our things. Looking at the how to create a data platform and leverage AI features, this is, I'm sure, very familiar with the people who are into AI business. We obtain, extract, filter, orchestrate, curate, and act. These are the 6 main cycles of handling and massaging the data until we make sense of the data and make use of the data. Again, the AI also is used in a lot of research that we do for our connectivity of feeder business. Feeder business are the smaller ship that connects smaller vessels, smaller ships into the neighboring area geographically. So shortlisting country pair, which country to which country, identify density of trade flows. This route is more than the other routes. So a lot of combination of how to optimize the operation of feeder business. This is something that I am leading this, which is the e-commerce. E-commerce, to give the customer a proper commission rate that we can apply for certain commodity, for certain region, and all this all this combination. We capture the SKUs. The SKUs is actually the product published in the sites, and the hierarchy using existing Amazon and new Alibaba scrappers. Use eMagic to capture B2B commission rates, market share, and product classes. Matching SKUs using deep learning. Identify seasonality, holidays. Again, this is all into e-commerce. Of target countries and current purchase patterns, which customers buy more, which commodity buy less, all these things in the e-commerce world. Plot profiling, identified cluster that maximize our profitability, targeting more units that sell more, competitive schemes. So a lot of things that's to do with so AI has been applied here to come up with the right scheme of commission. What should we charge at what rate? So that's my quick, and I didn't want to bother you in the details of that. I hope I show you that DP World is very, very keen in using technology in the business, and we use technology to enable the port operation and the business that we are developing in a more constructive way. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mahmoud. I find this very interesting, and as an operational researcher, ports and airports, as we're going to hear more about a bit later, I find very interesting organisms, to call them that. We'll hear more from you in the panel discussion. And now I would like to invite Iyad Kamo to the stage. Now, Iyad is an advisor to a range of companies and organizations within the logistics industry. He's also the former chief operating officer of Aramex. And for those of you who don't know Aramex, the company started as a local Dubai startup in 1982. And today they have about 16,000 people around the world in more than 65 countries. I find this a really interesting example of how a Dubai startup became a really international player. So, Iyad, with close to 30 years of experience at Aramex, could you please give us a brief overview of the history of the company? So,
yes, thank you very much, Ellen, for the introduction. Sorry about the voice. My voice is usually better than it is today. Thank you very much for inviting me to the event. First of all, a quick correction. Actually, the company was established as a startup in Jordan. Imagine, a very 1983, and we became, yeah, the history is, it's an amazing history. I think Aramex is one of those companies that has at the forefront of entrepreneurship and innovation in this part of the world. And it's a very a proud story for all of us in this part of the world, where you can start off, and this is great news for the startups that are listening to the event here. You can start off with literally an office in a not, I want to say, developed country more than 35 years ago, and then you can grow to become a global player, competing with the big boys when it comes to logistics and supply chain. So as you mentioned today, Aramex is a global company. It was established in Jordan. We were the first Arab-based company to go public on NASDAQ in 1997. And then we also became, we got off of NASDAQ in 2001, and then we went public again on the Dubai financial market. So today, Aramex, since 2005, has been a public shareholding company in the Dubai financial market. Of course, Dubai is very relevant to the story of Aramex. Dubai is the global hub of Aramex worldwide. Because of the location of Dubai and because of the globality of Aramex here, of course, the Middle East and Africa being our core markets, but we also have substantial presence in Southeast Asia, Europe, and in the US. So it was like the connecting component for this whole global network of Aramex. So the services that are being offered today are all type of services, from logistics service, from international express, freight forwarding. We do air, sea, and land, and we also offer domestic distribution services. So in every country that Aramex exists in, they offer domestic solutions, and then there's the 3PL, the warehousing, and of course all the e-commerce solutions that are being offered today. I had the privilege to work with Aramex for close to 30 years, and I just left last year. The last 10 of them was as the group COO. So the perspective that I'm giving here is that I've witnessed, the evolution of logistics, not only within a company like Aramex, but the evolution of logistics and growth from, companies from basically companies servicing B2B markets, growing into the e-commerce. And I'll touch about that issue in a moment.
And throughout the history of Aramex, and in parallel with the technological development in the market, I'm sure there has been some transformational milestones, and maybe particularly tech-driven. Could you share some insight on that?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that happened. I would like to touch on two examples here. I'll give you one of the key milestones in the history of Aramex, which today, if you go look back at that point, it was literally probably one of the most critical milestones in the organization. If you look at it today, you'll say, "Oh my God, that's nothing today." Let me give you that example. So in 2000, when Aramex was established, over the years we want to become that global player. For you to become a global player, you have to be able to offer a track and trace technology. You cannot come and say that I'm a global player, you can give me your shipments, and then, but you know what? I don't have an online track and trace system where I can tell you where your shipments are. So at that time, we partnered with a company in the US called Airborne Express. It doesn't exist anymore. It was, there's UPS, FedEx, and Airborne Express. So Airborne at that time, I'm talking about here in the early 90s, when Airborne had their own track and trace system. It was a mainframe sitting out of Seattle, and they used to utilize that track and trace system for domestic in the USA. So we went with them, we partnered with them, saying, listen, we can take that mainframe system, track and trace system, and deploy it globally. So over time, this is what AAIC was actually fundamental in that. We were actually responsible for making sure that system can be taken global and people can, and customers can track and trace their shipments on a global basis. The unfortunate what happened, imagine in 2004, DHL decided to buy Airborne Express. And all of a sudden, well, you know, DHL is a competitor of many of these companies that we were dealing with, and with AAIC. We were basically, there was like 40 companies around the world that was utilizing the airborne track and trace system. So imagine when they come to you saying, listen, you know what? You only have like 9 months notice, or I think it was like, yeah, probably a year maximum. You need to figure out how you're going to operate on your own with your own track and trace system. So of course, AAIC, luckily and strategically, we were developing at that time, web was becoming more and more popular. We were developing our own track and trace system. So when Airborne switched off their tracking system, we were deploying, we had our system up and running where all our partners worldwide were able to track and trace the shipments, and we kept on growing as that global company. So imagine today, at that time, how critical that was. It was for us. Today, with the advancement of technology, you know, customers can track the shipment by the second. So they expect today on a mobile app to know exactly when the courier, not when it moved out of origin, when the courier when he goes out for delivery of the package, when it's going to be delivered. They can change their delivery time. They can do whatever they want live instantly in a matter of minutes. So let's look at the perspective where we are and where we were and where we are today. Another example is one of the flagship products that AAIC came up with in more than, today it's 21 years old, is a product called Shop and Ship. And a lot of people who, of course, in this part of the world know it very well. So what used to happen in the early days is that customers would come to us saying, listen, you know what? A customer sitting in Dubai, I have something that I want you to buy for me in the US. And they knew that AAIC existed in the US, in AAIC and JFK. So they would come to us. It's like a concierge service. Buy this, you know, there's a company in the US called Gap.com. I want you to buy something from there. There's some magazines that I need to subscribe to. Can you buy it for me and then subscribe for it? And then you can ship to me on a daily basis and so forth. So we came with this Shop and Ship product, which is pre-internet, by the way. 21 years ago, internet is not what it is today. But it's still, it's a flagship product. It used to be, and it still is a product where people are still utilizing the rationale behind that story, even with the growth of e-commerce that we're seeing today. And I'm sure there's a lot of discussion on that in the panel, is that people still want to buy from abroad for many reasons. They want to buy from abroad, especially in countries that are not the US or the Germany or the UK. Number one is because product variety and availability. Not all the products that don't exist in our market today. So there's some very cool marketplaces. There's the Amazons, there's the Noons, and there's all these marketplaces, yes. But the products, and there's a lot of retail, of course, online, but there's still products that don't exist in our markets. And people, especially the specialty products, you know, would want to go and buy from abroad. Other than the fact there's a lot of online retailers that do not set up shop in the region here. And they would want their customers to, yes, buy from them, but they want to fulfill internationally. So the rationale between that, the reason I'm giving that as an example, is that cross-border e-commerce for me, I think, is very instrumental. It's going to keep on growing, even with the growth of domestic e-commerce within the region.
Oh, that was very interesting. I didn't actually know that, but I have, in fact, been pretty annoyed sometimes when I go to an e-commerce shop internationally and I see, no, they don't ship to Norway, where I'm based. An interesting perspective. But when we're talking about e-commerce, I'm sure that there are some trends within e-commerce, and I know that Dubai is an e-commerce hub as well, that have significantly changed how logistics and supply chain works. So maybe you could share a few more perspectives on that.
Yeah, I think the number one trend that is, let me talk about from a perspective of a logistics company. So the number one trend, you need to understand that the traditional logistics players globally, in the past, prior to this e-commerce boom, we were B2B companies. We were delivering B2B shipments. So we'd walk into a bank, we'd walk into a company, we'd pick up, one stop, pick up like say 100 shipments, then go out for delivery, and one stop delivering 100 shipments. Today, that has changed considerably with the introduction of e-commerce. So what we're doing today is that we're going to a fulfillment center okay, or to retailer, picking up 1,000 shipments, one stop. Yes, they're much more bigger number of shipment, larger quantities. However, we're delivering 1,000 deliveries. Those are in 1,000 individual consignees. So in a market like the UAE, okay, that is putting the whole logistics, infrastructure has changed. All the amount of, I'll tell you, 80%, 90% of the time I put in the last 10 years in Aramex, a lot, that time was basically how can we accommodate for the growth of e-commerce? There's impact on, we never thought that social media was, social media, nobody was exposed to social, it was never a customer service channel. All of a sudden, it's one of the most important customer service channels in markets like the UAE. If you look at pickups, we never used to have customers saying, I want to pick up, I don't want you to deliver. So we had to accommodate for pickup solutions. You're looking at the nature of the product itself. A substantial amount of business in the region, and in UAE, to some extent, is cash on delivery. People just basically buy and they deliver, they pay upon delivery. So how do you accommodate for all that? How do you automatically, when you talk about COD, that means the high return rates. If it's prepaid, much lower return rates. So I think this is these are the common trends that were happening. Secondly, I think there's a lot of emerging last mile technologies. People today, I think today within e-commerce, it's no longer about the rate and transit time. We have to be equal, because you can't compete on rates and transit time anymore. Okay, the customer expects you to deliver within this time frame at this cost. Okay, so what we need to do, the most emerging trend today is how can we compete on 2 or 3 areas. Number one is on the customer experience. You have to have a unique customer experience. You have to have a unique and I tell you, a superior customer experience. And this is where, if you look at companies like DPD, for example, they have predict and precise. This is very important, okay, because it enhances that customer experience. Another important point is efficiency. You always have to invest in technologies. This is what a lot of companies are doing, one of which is, of course, Aramex and all last mile delivery companies in the UAE, is they're investing a lot of money, okay, on technology, whether it's in route optimization technologies, they're looking at enhancing their chatbots. This is all efficiency, because at the end of the day, because we're all equal eventually in pricing, the only way that we can maintain our margins and grow the business itself is through efficiency. We always have to remain efficiency, because if you're not efficient, you're doomed at the end of the day, because survival is about maintaining a sustainable operations at such. So it's all about customer experience and about efficiency. So those are a couple of the trends that we're seeing, and I'll talk about more in the panel.
So one final question.
Yes.
Do you have 1 or 2 concrete examples of the application of artificial intelligence or bots in logistics operations?
Yeah, definitely. Let me give you an example on bots. So chatbots in specific. So Aramex was one of the leading companies, and it was the leading company in the region and probably in the world when it came to applying chatbots in the logistics scheme. So what we had, as growth of e-commerce happens, naturally, because of the percentage of shipments, a lot of them are CODs, you get one of the key channels that customers would want to communicate with you is the call center. So, like any other logistics players, you have call centers scattered around the region in Dubai and everywhere where people would want to call. And then, of course, the number one request that people call you to is, where is my shipment? Okay, that's the number one request. So when bot came into place, we took immediate advantage. Our guys in Dubai took immediate advantage on this and said, you know what, let's get into job bot game, because we want to reduce the amount of the amount of interaction that is being done, human interaction that is being done with our customers. Now, the purpose behind that, by the way, reduction of that human interaction is not to reduce overheads. Okay, yes, there is an impact on overheads, yes, but it's for those individuals that were doing things that, to be honest with you, are not productive. Okay, now a chatbot is being able to do that, is get those people to focus on things that are productive in managing supply chains. So introduction of chatbots are the amount of calls, physical calls, went down like 50%. Imagine, and now you can schedule your delivery online on a bot. You can change the delivery. You can pay online. You can do everything that you used to do literally through a telephone. You can do it now through a chatbot. So that's efficiency. So that's just one small example on that.
Thank you very much, Iyad. I find this very
welcome.
interesting, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from you in the panel discussion in a little while.
Here. Same here. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And then I would very much like to invite Michael Ibbotson to the stage. So Michael, he is the Executive Vice President of Operations and Technology at Dubai Airports. And mark my words, airports is more than one. And as an operational researcher, as I've already mentioned, airports is really one of the most exciting organisms I can imagine. They're a conglomerate of complex logistics operations, and a modern airport naturally is home to also a wide range of new technologies, such as robots and artificial intelligence, sensors, and not the least also cybersecurity challenges. Michael, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, if you could just put up my presentation. I believe time is quite limited, so I'm going to push ahead quite quickly through this, just so we can try and get a flavor of everything. We use technology and AI quite significantly to optimize our operations here. And I'm going to take you through just 4 kind of key areas very quickly, and we can talk much more in the panel discussion later about how. And that is on passengers, bags, aeroplanes, and cybersecurity. And I think those are the critical areas that we're really focused on. So if first, I would just like to give you a sense of the size and scale of DXB and the type of operation we run. So if we could put up the video, please, and then I'll just talk to that for a moment. So Dubai Airports is a 24/7 operation, which is very different to the European airports. We're serving 90 million passengers, about 90 airlines to 245 destinations in a year. It's about 1,100 to 1,150 flights a day, which works out about 1 every 75 seconds over a 24-hour period. But of course, at the peak times, that can be significantly more like every 50 seconds as a flight. Peak days, we do about 280,000 passengers. And one of those big A380s that you can see on screen right now can bring in 615 passengers at one time. We do about 2.5 million tons of cargo a year as well. So there's a huge cargo operation and the logistics around that we also support. And on the baggage side, we do about 9.3 million bags in a peak month. And we have 3 big baggage systems in Terminal 1, 2, and 3, and another one at our second airport, Dubai World Central. The biggest one is in Terminal 3, which is one you can see on screen, and that does about 16,000 bags an hour at peak. That's what we've tested it to in real live bags in a real operation. We've done some more testing to take it above that, and I'll come into that later. It's about 170 kilometers of baggage handling systems. And I think the point we're coming to here is that in an operation of this size and scale, every single second counts. If you could go back to the slide deck. So every single second counts, and how do we achieve making sure that the throughput and that the operations are as optimized as possible to give the best possible experience and also the best possible outcome in terms of things like mishandled bags and queue lengths for passengers and other things. So we're going to go through that very quickly here just now. So if I just click forward on my slides. Okay, so first thing I want to talk about is aircraft. And as I said, aeroplanes, bags, and passengers, probably the 3 most critical things that we do. So first of all, stand planning, hugely complex system that we use. And we use a system called Quintic, which we have developed in detail with the supplier because the out-of-the-box product didn't really fit exactly what we needed. It helps us govern our 1,100 plus movements a day. We have around 200 stands, so obviously you can do the maths there. Busy stands get used 7 or 8 times a day, maybe the quieter ones 4 or 5. We have about 50 different data sources integrated into Quintic. A range of things: aircraft maintenance schedules, airfield maintenance schedules, passenger book loads, passenger transfer profiles, minimum connect times for passengers and bags, and passenger welfare requirements for passengers with reduced mobility or people of termination, as we call them here. if there are significant numbers on specific flights, we have to take that into account. Ground handler resource planning. These all are put into the system, and we have 13 KPIs that the system tries to balance. And what it tries to do is give the best possible overall outcome, not give one specific preferential single KPI. And this is where the AI engine really kicks in, and it does this on a continuous optimization basis over a 45-hour planning window. So a flight is operational 72 hours before it takes off in all of our backend systems, and 45 hours before the flight starts, it goes into our stand planning tool. So the flight hasn't even left its point of origin yet, and we're already planning how we're going to park it and manage it on the ground. About 90 minutes before it lands, we stop moving it around the airport to different stands, because then the ground handler needs to be getting ready with their services to service the aircraft. Of course, it's too late to change things around then. So it's a very complex thing, and worked with all of the stakeholders and airlines and what have you to try and make sure that we get the airplanes parked in the most efficient point. One of the things we have to take great consideration for is aircraft maintenance schedules, because we have to move aircraft for that. So this is a really tricky thing for us to manage, because sometimes we have to cross the runway with those aircraft, which means we're impacting the efficiency of the runway and the throughput of the runway. So we've got to be very careful to make sure we're trying to park the aircraft in the right place based on their maintenance schedules or airfield maintenance schedules. Moving on, once an aeroplane is in position, you then have to figure out to turn it around and then take off again. And we have something called the departure sequencing tool. And the departure sequencing tool relies on accurate data and information to decide in which order the aircraft will depart. And that's a whole range of issues around routing and order of aircraft on the runway to avoid wake turbulence. And as you can see here, we need actionable data from a system to do that. So this is a video analytics tool that we use as an AI engine. It's from a company called Searage. And what it does is it tries to give us, at the airport level, real data about what's happening with an aircraft turnaround. Now, you might say, can you not get that from the ground handler or the airline? Well, we can, but they have a commercial interest in keeping their place in the queue. So that they're sometimes reluctant to share all of the bits of data about a delay to an aircraft, because it might get pushed down the queue. To avoid that, by watching the CCTV stream and producing actionable data from it, we can ensure that the most efficient operation for the whole airport occurs, not just for an individual airline. This system is not fully live across the whole airport, but we are trialing it on some stands. And as you can see here, a flyby aircraft is one of the trial stands. So that's a little bit on aircraft. I'm sorry this is so rushed, but I know that the time is limited, so I want to keep going at a fairly quick pace. So passengers. So on passengers, we have this great tool called the Airport Community App from a company in Romania called Airport Labs. And this app is with 27,000 people across the campus. Now, you've just flashed up a few screens there of our community app, and that was drilling down through our queue measurement and prediction capability. So we can see length of queues, we can see time of queues, and you could see in real time from some great sensor technology we have, the people moving around inside the terminal represented as dots. So it's mobile friendly and low bandwidth. And alerts are generated to support the operation in getting the right results every time. We tried to further this because different queues have different characteristics. A queue for immigration, everybody has the same transaction to process. But in check-in, it's very different. And in fact, in check-in, you also don't have a linear queue. You have staff in the mix, and you have passengers in the mix, and you have families and different size bags. So this was a system that we trialed that was designed to help us understand the behavioral differences between passengers and staff, isolate the passengers, measure their queues, understand the difference between family groups, bag sizes, and other things, so we could predict a more accurate queue length at check-in and then dispatch people to address it if it was going to get too long. This actionable intelligence through the app and through real-time alerting and through prediction systems like this allowed us to reduce our queues by 40% between 2016 and 2019, even though our passenger numbers grew from 76 to 90 million passengers. That's just on the check-in side. If we look at the transfer side, then we have to think about the aircraft that are coming in and departing and how the passengers are going to get between them. And Emirates operation is about 70% transfer. This is called Real-Time DXB, and it's from the same company that did the community app for us. And this has about 50 data sources integrated into it, and it's like a digital twin of our airport campus. Airfield, real-time movements of aircraft integrated with radar, but also with the passengers and the book loads and the transfer matrix that I discussed in the stand planning tool. You can see here is what we call the transfer matrix, and this is an aircraft on F-22, and each line represents passengers connecting to the different flights. The thicker the line, more passengers. The deeper the kind of orange to red, the more critical the time connection. And as you can see on this image, the connection between F-22 and B-12 is the critical connection. So staff would be deployed to support the passengers make that connection. So that's how we look at where those critical connections are. And then we have to think about, okay, how are they going to get through those checkpoints? Now, this is actually a snapshot from our immigration planning tool. So what we try to do in gray is predict how many lanes we're going to need open to support the passenger throughput at various different times in the day. The top area is the smart gates. They generally don't come under much pressure, but the manual desks do. And this is actually just from a couple of weeks ago, and it demonstrates a real problem that we're facing in COVID times. The gray area is the prediction model of passenger throughput based on the schedules, and the green is the actuals. And as you can see on the right side, the green peak has actually come before the model predicted it. And this is something that's happening during COVID times because there's less aircraft, there's less congestion in the air and on the ground, and therefore passengers are getting to immigration faster. And as you can see, our model didn't quite get this right. And whilst we may have had enough officers on the desks at that time, there was a few more passengers than they could handle with only 21 lanes open. They probably needed 23 or 24 at that particular time. Now, because we had planned for that to be open for a full hour, those passengers would have got processed, but probably not with quite the level of queuing that we were hoping for. So this goes on every day, refining the models constantly to try and make sure we're on top of the experience for the passengers as best we can make it. The next area I want to touch on is baggage. Now, baggage, as I explained earlier, is difficult because the baggage system's operating 24/7. The airport's operating 24/7. In Europe, most airports have a nighttime curfew when they close. The baggage system gets shut down and all the bags are emptied out. We don't have that. We're operating 24/7, always having bags live in the system. And that leads to a problem for maintenance. You cannot do normal maintenance cycles. You have to do predictive maintenance with this. So what we did, we worked with our partner, which is Siemens, and we've developed something called the smart tray. And this smart tray is full of sensors, and it is injected into the baggage system alongside all the other trays, and it goes around and it measures vibration, elevation, alignment, temperature of motors and other things. The data is collected, sent up to the cloud where Siemens do the analysis and the processing, and they send back to us some actionable data. Now, Siemens also does the maintenance, so they send back actionable data to the maintenance team to figure out what can be maintained before it fails. So we know that at certain times of the day, the whole system's been used, and as I said, for 16,000 bags an hour. So what's important is figuring out in the off-peak times when the baggage system may only have 8,000 or 9,000 bags in it, how can we do the maintenance on the lines and the conveyors and the areas that are underutilized, and therefore we can take out of service in the off-peak. So we're predicting that so we can maintain in the off-peak to avoid service failures in the peak when it's absolutely critical. And through these types of technologies and other activities we've done on the baggage system, we did something called a virtual bag system where we, even during live operations, we insert empty trays that have a virtual bag on them. And then we spin more trays through the system to be able to understand how it would react as we increase the amount of potential trays and therefore potential bags that could be in the system. And we've stress tested the system up to 18,000 bags an hour. So we already know we've got a reasonable 12.5% of additional capacity that's still underutilized. Then on cybersecurity, which is the last thing I'm going to touch on because I wanted to get through this really quick so that we can have lots of questions. We've made a huge investment in our digital defense center. We've done a huge investment in integrating our engineering services and all of our operational technology in with our cybersecurity function, as it's something that's really critical today to ensure that those threats do not impact your physical infrastructure. So there's lots of data on here that you can read at your leisure about what we've done and how we've done it and the number of incidents and alerts that we get. But I want to focus specifically, because this is an AI conference, on our intelligent cyber bots. So we've been developing these now for about a year. And in the fourth quarter of last year, we resolved 6,700 incidents by automated bots alone. So there's simple things that we want to keep our analysts in our digital defense center for more complex and difficult things. So these are simple things where blacklisting URLs or blocking IP addresses that are threats, where we can have automated rules that adjust the firewall configurations and things. So to do that, to take out 7,500 incidents in a quarter is a major improvement in efficiency. We'll have 8 bots in service by the end of 2021. And 2 of them are actually being developed by the Higher College of Technology here in the UAE. 4th-year students, as part of their coursework, are developing these bots for us. The next one that come along will be an AI threat hunter, and another one is a cyber intelligence analyst that they're working on as part of their coursework to deploy into our infrastructure. And of course, the natural thing is that those people will come from those universities into our organization in the long term and hopefully provide significant additional value to us as we look to figure out how to staff and create the capability for even more of this stuff long term. So that's a very quick run around what we do. I hope it was quick enough and I hit the timeline. If you have any questions, we have the panel session coming up, and I think, Ellen, if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them if we have time.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. I have worked in the IT and consulting industry for some years now, and in particular within the field of AI. But I don't think I've come across any company with this many use cases that you have. I kind of lost counting. It's very fascinating and impressing. And the next time I come to Dubai, I will spend some time at the airport. I'll probably give you a call as well to get a guided tour, because this is really, really cool.
Yeah, I think, can I just say that I think the team that we have here do an amazing job. And it's not just the team here. We have a whole set of partners as well that are global, that support us on this journey. And we use the cloud as well as on-premise solutions, remotely hosted solutions. And we have an amazing integration team that gets the data into the right places to make this happen. And I think, you know, the technology organization we built here is just incredibly world-class. And I'm really so proud of what they've achieved over the last 4 or 5 years.
I think one of the questions you will get in the panel discussion is how you work with startups, scale-ups, and niche players. But I'll leave that to Dr. Saeed in a little while.
Okay.
So thank you, Michael. We'll see you again shortly. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Saeed Al-Daheri to the stage. He's author of the book Digital Nation, about how the UAE has embraced digitalization of society and business. He's chair of the board of Smart World and advisor to PwC in the Middle East. And he's also heavily involved in teaching in several academic institutions. He's also member of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on Virtual and Augmented Reality, which I find really, really cool. And I think Dr. Saeed is probably one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever met. So, Saeed, the stage is yours. Oh, now we had a small sound problem. No?
No, I think this might be a connection issue. Most likely.
Yes, we have a bad connection. It was fine until now, but maybe we try that Dr. Saeed is logging in again. Yeah, just
okay. So while Dr. Saeed logs out and back in, I would like to utilize the extra couple of minutes to ask a couple of questions to my business partner, Naveed. Could you bring Naveed to the stage, please? Hello and welcome to the stage, Naveed.
Thank you, Ellen.
So when we're listening to these amazing speakers representing the Arab Emirates, you and I work a lot with startups and we take them to this region, but could you please share a few reflections on how Central European startups, Nordic startups could benefit from working in this region?
I guess, I mean, first of all, thank you. And thank you to the organizers, AI Austria and Advantage Austria, for this amazing opportunity to have us contribute through our efforts over here. As most of you know, that, I mean, I have spent a considerable amount of time in the UAE, almost about close to 16 years, and continuing to do so. It's like a second home to me after the US. And I think the three speakers who have spoken, earlier, they have given a pretty good, ecosystem about, where the UAE journey is going towards when it comes to emerging tech space. UAE is a home to about 11 million plus inhabitants, and almost 90% of them are foreigners. And as the leadership has made it very clear that we want to be one of the best. And Dr. Saeed is back. I think I'll let absolutely. I'll let Dr. Saeed speak now, but we'll definitely speak during the panel discussion. Dr. Saeed, all yours.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know what happened. I can hear you guys and I can see everything, but maybe you could not see me. Anyway, what I was going to say, actually, I should give myself a credit, really, in bringing those excellent speakers, to this event. Because when Naveed asked me, that we want to conduct this event and show UAE as a front runner in innovation and using, AI in logistics, I could not think more than bringing, those speakers who really showcased today the use of AI, in real life, while the world is still talking about, about AI and POC, and, we're going to see AI doing this, we're going to see AI doing that. But I'm glad that we have those speakers. I'm not going to take time because I think our time is very limited. So let me share my slide if I can. Okay, great. So, okay, I'll try to put, okay, here we are. Okay, so can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen, and we will switch the slides for you if that's all right. So just
okay, go ahead.
Move to the next slides, yeah?
Yes. Okay, so this is a little bit brief about myself. I don't want to spend much time here. Just, Ellen has mentioned that I have co-authored a book called Digital Nation in 2019, and that book was in English, and it was one of the best books, best technology seller book on Amazon. That book translated in Arabic in 2020, and also lately I was invited as a guest speaker at Oxford University talking about artificial intelligence in one of the courses called Artificial Intelligence on the Cloud and Edge Implementations. I've been passionate about AI for quite a long time, since I did my master actually on AI. This was in 1988. Imagine, 1988, and I finished in 1990. And at that time, I have done a small neural network, using neural networks to classify acute ischemic heart disease. So I worked on real data from a New England Medical Center in Boston to train the neural network to be able to predict and classify acute ischemic heart disease. This is a little bit about myself, but let's move into this presentation really quick. Okay, when we speak about AI, the whole country here is really putting a vision and a focus on AI. And this is from our Crown Prince in Abu Dhabi, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, where he's saying that, and this was recent. I think it was in 2020 in April or May during the lockdown, where he has addressed the emergency team in the country, and he said, we are in a race to the day of judgment with the whole world. We can advance with two things, with knowledge and with distinguished national cadres. And he emphasized distinguished national cadres, and we're speaking about the talents that will lead this country into the 21st and the 22nd century with capability that seek the help of God, artificial intelligence, and technology. So I could not say it better from these words, to the extent to how we look into AI in enabling the digital economy of the UAE. So we have an AI strategy that was announced in 2017, and with the KPIs, what we want to achieve from this strategy in terms of the on a national level and also on a global level. And also the country has appointed the first AI minister, Mr. Omar Al-Ulama, and maybe you can see here in the quote, building a responsible artificial intelligence nation. So the point here is not just only about using AI, but using AI creatively and also ethically in building in the way that AI wanted to be responsible. These are the focus area for the AI strategy, focused on healthcare, resource and energy, logistic and transport, as you saw it from our speakers, how AI is used in this area. Tourism and hospitality, there is a big market, for tourism hospitality here in the UAE, and we have also similar use cases to what you saw in logistic and transport. And cybersecurity. The pillars for this strategy, identifying government and public services. We want to use AI to reinvent, the public services, and also focus on citizen experience and customer experience, and also in building the capacity and the skill set for the UAE nationals, and also to attract talent from around the world. So everybody hears that Dubai and Abu Dhabi are becoming magnets, AI magnets and talent magnets, worldwide. And also it focuses on research and development. We want to build a strong research and applied research and development in using AI to come up with innovative solutions. And also it relies on the data and digital infrastructure. So all that, because we understand that this heavy AI and machine learning and deep learning require a secure data and digital infrastructure. And then of course it recognizes as well the importance of ethics, regulation, and risk. This slide, it all. I think, the AI market worldwide is estimated to be around $16 billion, dollar. The UAE share of this, if we implement AI as we, put it in our strategy, is going to contribute 14% to our GDP, or around $96 billion by 2030. This is the AI strategy. I'm not going to dig deep into it, but it is built on 8 strategic initiatives. Building the reputation for the country as an AI destination. And I think today you saw the use of AI in logistics. Building, and this is on a leadership level. On the AI activity, increase the use of AI in government, develop a fertile ecosystem for AI. And this is, I think, when it comes to the panel discussion, we'll focus a little bit about the AI startup ecosystem in the UAE, and also attract and train talent for the future jobs enabled by AI, provide the data and supporting infrastructure, and ensure strong governance and effective regulation. There are many initiatives out of this strategy, but the country is trying to build a brand. It's called UAI brand, a brand that will recognize companies to come and work here in the UAE with a UAI seal of approval. And this UAI seal of approval, it will be like the certification from the government to the AI solutions that will be implemented, or to the vendors who develop and bring AI solutions to be implemented in the government. Also, the country is looking to establish applied AI accelerator to encourage startups to come to the UAE, and based in the UAE in AI, national AI challenge, okay, that will be addressed to the universities and to the research community to try to help solve some of the problems that are facing the government. And also it is based on partnership with the education, as probably you saw when Michael was presenting about the use of HCT, higher colleges of technology students, to come to Dubai airport and develop bots. That is how we see building this partnership between the education and between, the public and private sector. And the logistics, I mean, I think at the beginning you spoke about this and you addressed this. There are 60 million people pass through Dubai each year, and Michael said around 90 million passengers. Okay, Jebel Ali Port is the largest marine terminal in the Middle East and serves more than 2 billion people globally. The UAE is a location between South Asia and East Asia. Fastest growing e-commerce market in the MENA region, and as you hear from Kamal when he's speaking about Aramex and e-commerce, and also from Mahmoud. So at the moment, I think this was in 2019, the value of or the amount of e-commerce, compared with the retail value, is about 4.2 to 4.5%, and that is increased. And I think during COVID-19 in 2020, that figure shot up. I want to speak about to mention two important initiatives. The Abu Dhabi Hope Consortium, and this is a huge, by far the largest logistic effort in delivering millions and billions of vaccines from productions to patients worldwide. So, and this is happening in Abu Dhabi with a consortium of more than, I think, 7 or 8 companies, global companies, and also local companies. And they are delivering actually, or building a digital monitoring and reporting of supply chain. If you see this little picture here at the bottom, you have the entire visibility on supply chain. And the other similar initiative also is happening in the sister city, Dubai COVID-19 Vaccine Logistic Alliance. It's a huge alliance that bring and deliver vaccines to anywhere in the world in 48 hours. Imagine, from production to distribution in 48 hours. And the solution also is building a 360-degree with the supply chain visibility. This slides here talk about the AI startup ecosystem through the different incubators, accelerators, programs in the UAE, including Area 2071. I think there is no time to go really in details to talk about this, but just to highlight that the government is putting a lot of money, especially Abu Dhabi here, through Ghadan Venture Fund. It's called Tomorrow Venture Fund, around $145 million invested by Abu Dhabi Investment Office for this Hub 71. They have a very stringent screening in terms of what startups, or in terms of what startups to bring. And also, once those startups are accepted, they give them support in terms of seed funding, in terms of market access, in terms of many other incentives that are provided. There are some other also areas here, such as the Sharjah Research Technology and Innovation Park, where it focuses on 3D printing and on drones, and also on some of the AI startup companies. So this concludes my presentation. I hope just give you a little bit of what's happening in terms of the UAE strategy, and what initiatives are coming or will be coming in the future, and also how the AI startup ecosystem in the UAE. And I think we will talk about this more during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saeed. And well, to move straight on to the next part of our session, I would like to invite the speakers back on stage. Now, this is always interesting in a digital world, how that actually works. Hello, Mahmoud, Michael. Let's see if we can get Iyad and Naveed. There they are. So for this panel discussion, Dr. Saeed will be my co-moderator. And Dr. Saeed, I'll leave it all to you.
Great. Thank you, Ellen, and welcome back again to our speakers. I think we have here very lovely stories, from all of our speakers. And really, I'm thinking, we have drafted the questions, but there are a lot of things in my mind and we want to focus on the important things which might not be covered during the presentation. Mahmoud, you have presented a lot of use cases for AI and how AI is disrupting and used in supply chain from customer experience and from efficiency gains and these things, these measures, how you see Dubai DPI and Dubai Trade how you see AI has contributed to efficiency gains and enhancing customer experiences in your industry or in your organization.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saeed. And AI has played a pivotal role in giving visibility to the status or the location of the container throughout the journey of the shipment. AI is giving instant information of the status of the approvals of the authorities in the cycles, whether it's shipping lines, whether it's customs, whether it's port authority or any related authority. Imagine everything can be instantly shown, and this gives confidence and trust of the community with the players in this business. Plus, it reduces the time of chasing and looking for information. So the information is readily available to be extracted and be given to the customers as per the AI and the business rules that we embed into the systems. The information is easily fetched and given an intelligent data or information to the end user, so he can use to know about, to act upon certain transactions of cargo clearance. So it's overall, for us, it's been very important. At the end, time is money in trade. As the guy was saying, our friend Michael was saying, every second counts. Truly, every second counts, because the trader, he wants his cargo out. He doesn't care about who's behind it, who's doing it. So the faster, the better. That's the whole idea in the game of cargo movement and clearance. Thank you.
So you have automated the whole custom cycle, and I remember a long time. I mean, I think you know better than me, but the custom industry is a heavy paper based. You used to be paper based, but I think you went and you streamlined all this process, and now everything is digital. Everything can be tracked and can be logged and tracked. And the user, from the user perspective, they can also track and monitor their shipments from one destination to the other.
You're absolutely right, Dr. Saeed. The ocean industry is known to be historically very traditional. We are very archaic, actually. This industry still use something in the shipping called bill of lading for any ocean freight. And bill of lading, and believe me, in most part of the world, majority part of the world, is still paper. Regardless of which country, which advanced industry, which advanced economy, bill of lading, اللي هي بالعربي يسميها بوليصة الشحن. Bill of lading is still paper based. And so imagine if we transfer this to a data, and data can be exchanged. Instead of sending document, we send the contents of that document electronically and exchange among economies. And we are having trials for that. That's the most difficult part, actually, because you are talking about cross borders. You are talking about countries and nations that are not talking to each other. Leave alone within the country that the systems are not talking. You are talking about across borders.
Great, great. Well, thank you, Mahmoud. And my next question, I think, to Iyad. Iyad, I cannot think now. I mean, you definitely highlighted it beautifully when you spoke about how Aramex has achieved, efficiency. And myself, as a user of Aramex, I mean, I cannot say better than the beautiful experience. And I have used long time the shop and ship. And I use it now, when everything is connected, and I know from the time I place the order with the merchant in the US, through the time that the shipment is delivered to my inbox in the US, to the time that I receive the shipment in Dubai. How did you do this? I mean, in terms of talent, do you see that? How is are you first of all? Do you see that there is a problem with the talent, and where do you get your talent from? Is it locally hired or from international? And then when it comes to the development of those bots and technologies, how you went about, or how Aramex went about, procuring those solutions?
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. Yes, I think, well, at the end of the day, we're as corporations, we're exposed to the same technologies, whether it's an AWS technology, Azure, whatever technology exists out there. At the end of the day, it's all about the talent itself. I agree with you, and I proudly say that the talent, all what you see today within Aramex, that has been developed from day one as a startup and to where it is today, it is all local talent. So we're very proud of that. We invest a lot in talent. We acquire technology, yes, because we're not going to go and develop a CRM system where we can go and actually procure a Salesforce, or we're not going to go and create our own cloud when there's AWS. But I think it's all about the brain. There's this hardware, and I keep on referring to it as hardware and software. The hardware is there. Money, you can acquire whatever you want within money. But I think it's the software. It's those talented people, individuals within Aramex and within the Arab world and within the UAE in specific, that are able to make use of that technology, and be creative, innovate, and come up with solutions that companies like Aramex was able to come up with, whether it's a shop and ship like service or any other service that has been launched within the organization itself.
Great. Do you usually go with bigger players and it's like the ones that you mentioned, Amazon, or you also engage with the startups? And at what level you engage with the startups?
That's because a very important
startup by itself when it started a long time ago.
That's a very important point, Dr. Saad. I'm very glad that you mentioned this. At the end of the day, it's you have to support local startups. I tell you, the company that actually, the first company that worked with us on chatbots was a local company, and it became successful because, and I can proudly say that we were their anchor account. So imagine if us large corporations, at the end of the day, if us large corporations do not support startups, then who's going to support them? I don't understand. A startup is not going to support another startup because they want to survive. So they depend on us as large corporations. We have to give them a chance, and we can afford to, I don't want to say lose money, but we can afford to invest in these startups, in relationships, so that they can grow and flourish and become like we became. We have this, and this goes, of course, there's a very big angle of social responsibility in doing that. I'll give you another example. You'll be surprised, in a company like Aramex, when we want to give shipping rates to companies, we gave and we still give startups shipping rates better than the largest corporations that ship with us, because at the end of the day, it's them. I cannot come and say, well, you don't give us enough business, so I can't give you a very good rate. Well, how are they going to grow? How are they going to make it? So you're 100% correct. It's all about startups and us as corporations focusing on them.
Beautiful. Michael, I don't know what to ask you, but you have highlighted about a couple of systems that you have developed with your partner, Quintech, the Q measurement and prediction, the community app, and all this. So tell us about your procurement. How you engage? Do you engage with, again, big big players? Do you engage with the startups? And also highlight, I mean, I love the point where you said that you also bring students from the higher colleges of technologies and from universities to develop bots. And I think we need also to highlight this area.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we use a range of companies. Of course, aviation sector's tricky because of safety and security challenges, and that brings in certain risks. And there's obviously a natural preference to use larger companies that have the financial capability to manage some of those risks. But it's also, as Iyad said, it's not realistic to assume that all the great innovation is going to come out of those companies. So, for example, we talked about the video analytics tool. That's a company called Seeridge. They're a small company out of North America. They do that very specifically, do video analytics, artificial intelligence solutions for airports. They actually have a production system with us which manages taxiway crossings to make sure that the lights turn red to stop the cars, so that the airplanes can drive past. So they've done some great work with us across the airfield, and that was their next product. So we wanted to support them by giving them access to our camera streams so that they could actually work on and develop that. I mentioned Airport Labs, who did the community app and real-time DXB. They're a small startup out of Eastern Europe, and they're just a group of really amazing software developers who are aviation data experts, really understand our data, and work with us on visualizing it and putting it in the palm of the hand. So we call that community app the control center in the palm of your hand, rather than having it somewhere else. But then we also
located, and where those companies they have to have a presence in Dubai, or you work with them across across Europe?
I mean, of course, that's why I'm talking about where their home bases are, but they deploy people into Dubai to work with us. The level of work it takes to get these things done is significant. So they might do software development outside the country, but they do a lot of the engagement locally here with our teams, and they deploy people into the country. We also have worked significantly with, I talked about Quintic. Quintic was a ports logistics system solution. And nobody in the aviation sector could do what we wanted for stand planning. So we started to work with them, and we were really probably one of their first biggest customers in the aviation space. And we really had to adapt the product significantly. So it took 2 years to develop the stand planning tool and bring it into production. Because you imagine with Emirates and Fly Dubai, it was quite difficult to convince them to give up their own control of stand planning to come onto a holistic platform. But then, of course, we've got huge organizations like Siemens, who are also, they set up their MindSphere Center, which is their kind of AI and advanced analytics center. They set it up here in Dubai because the biggest aviation customer was here. And they've hired loads of UAE national graduates into their center who are working on our data, working on our solutions. And with Siemens, we have an amazing program of bringing up UAE national talent through their organization, and then they're either going to go global with Siemens, or they might come into our organization to work on some of our systems and solutions. So that partnership, whether they're big or small, can work in all those ways. And then when it comes to the Higher College of Technology, I mean, I think, Saeed, you will know the massive focus that has been on cybersecurity across the UAE government over the last 4 or 5 years. And of course, that comes with a talent deficit. When you start a program like that, it comes with a talent deficit. So we've been working really hard to bring more and more local graduates into our organization. Just today, I've been discussing the placement of 6 more graduates into permanent jobs. They've been with us for a year or so, doing rotations into different departments, picking their favorite ones, and now moving into that. And interestingly enough, 3 of them are really moving into either Digital Defense Center or advanced analytics and AI work with us, which is great to see. And that partnership that brings those graduates has also enabled us to set up, big projects for those colleges and those universities to work directly on real life problems and solutions that we need. We have interns who work with us all year round to do their projects, go back to university, come back, do some more of the project. And that's been really fruitful, those partnerships. And that talent, we see it coming through now. It's been 4 or 5 years. We've been working on our cybersecurity infrastructure since the government released the ISR, and it's really, which is the information security regulations. And what's great here in the UAE, it's not just release a regulation and let everybody figure out how to do it. Release a regulation and put in a big infrastructure of support all the way through education, universities, startup hubs, to bring that talent that we need to then support that regulation. That's been a real important factor in helping us get that talent into the company.
And I should mention also as well that HCT, Higher Colleges of Technologies, I think in 2019 signed a MOU with the AI office to establish an AI academy, to upskill, people, not just only students from the HCT, but also, people, staff from the government and people at large. That is great. Naveed, sorry, I cut you when you were started talking, but I think you are doing really a great job in terms of bridging the ecosystem between Austria, Europe, and the UAE in terms of what companies or what startups can come and work. We see the opportunities that are there in the country. So can you tell us how you try to do this and what kind of companies or startups that can come to the UAE and work on, establish themselves and provide solutions, AI solutions?
Thank you, Dr. Said. I think, all the three of them kind of touched upon the importance of, working with these startups. And I think that's the premise of what Network Development Hub stands for. It's to create collaboration, beyond borders. And during the course of time that I have been here in Austria, been coming here, also prior to that, I've realized the potential of the Austrian institutions. We have emphasized on the focus of academia playing a major role, and Austria is the leading, research institution when it comes to AI and emerging technology space. Having an institution, like AI Austria also kind of solidifies the focus and interest of how we can create collaborations between the entities over here in Austria, Nordics, and the European countries. Having lived and worked in the UAE and the Middle East for a good 16 years, I have a pretty good hang of how things work over there. Dr. Said, during your presentation, you did mention about the startup ecosystem. Dubai Future Foundation, Dubai Future Academy, AI, the Hub 71. These are some of the great examples where we can create collaborations between the startup and the accelerator ecosystem from Austrian and the European countries and the UAE in particular, because with the emphasis on emerging technology, there are lots of potential. Again, one of the other important factor is having access to the first AI university in the world, Mohammed bin Zayed University, and knowing that Austria has the potential to share the knowledge and experience in terms of how that research that has been done over the last 2-3 decades can be shared with institutions in the UAE and across the Middle East. That is paramount. So we are constantly looking to bring in those companies who are willing to either focus their efforts into a region like the UAE.
Excellent. I think Ellen has, at the beginning, has mentioned your partner, a global AI hub, which you said that is a Swiss-based company, and they're trying to train 10 million people in AI, including women. Correct. So I think that women inclusion is important. Yes, we have, and from experience, and I think some of beautiful use cases here from Abu Dhabi, where we have a female who started her own AI company and became international. At least the product that she has developed is now used by British Telecom and some other companies. So I think that is important, and inclusion of women and bringing women into AI, I think is important. I will ask. There is a questions actually here. I'm going to stop asking from my side, but there are some beautiful questions coming from the audience. And for Mahmoud, what are your next big plans for future projects? Do you further expand the use of AI?
Sure. We are just touching the surface, Dr. Saeed. Actually, the whole culmination and the full usage of AI to its fullest usage still yet to be seen. We are just, as I said, we are touching the surface. We are exchanging data, making sense of data, giving intelligent feeds to the customers. The area is so big, so huge, and it's bound to grow more and more. It will change economies. It will connect countries with each other. It will make trade closer, in a closer proximity. For us, Kamal was saying about e-commerce. We are developing an e-commerce. This is the biggest focus for us, is when we give a rate, when we say this shipment, if it's a B2B, we are talking about wholesale e-commerce. When you give a rate, it should be the most competitive rate up to the last door, to the door-to-door delivery. So with this, with what kind of commodity, with the customs rule of the distant country, there are lots of combination of data that we have to build in the future. It's still not there perfectly orchestrated. There's a lot of work we have for the future, and the future is great. And we believe, we are blessed to have a chairman who's really living in the future. And at the end, we are under the leader of Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President, Prime Minister, and ruler of Dubai. He is the one who led the initiatives of e-government, the smart city, the mobile government, and now with AI and blockchain. And so if we're living in a city where the leaders are ahead of the game, and our chairman, His Excellency Sultan bin Sulayem, is one of the, he has the heart of a 21-year-old man who wants to develop, change, and digitize and get into the future. The guy is investing in Hyperloop, which is supposed to be faster than airplane. So just imagine the environment you are in. He said, dream big, aspire for the best business for the group, and do whatever it takes to make a difference in your business using technology. And AI is the best enabler for now.
Great. There is a question, I think, and maybe this, I think either Michael or you, Mahmoud, can answer it as well, is about the COVID-19. How has the COVID pandemic helped to improve logistics, including the use of AI? As I highlighted, the two big initiatives that are happening in Abu Dhabi and Dubai with the alliance, with the COVID-19 alliance in Dubai, and also the Abu Dhabi Hope consortium. Maybe Michael, because you work at Dubai Airport, and I think Mahmoud also, Dubai DPI is part of this alliance. I think let's start, Michael, with you first, if you can answer the question.
Yeah, okay. So just on the vaccine question first, I think I said we serve 245 cities around the world. And one of the things we didn't know or appreciate before this crisis was that India generates about 65% of all vaccine productions globally, but India doesn't have significant amounts of air transportation capacity. So part of this whole thing was, how do you get the vaccines from India to here to then distribute to nearly 250 places in the world? Because India can't do that because it doesn't have enough aviation capacity. And that's kind of the key aspect of that whole situation that's been created with the Vaccine Alliance. And of course, we've had to make investments here at the airport to support that. In terms of how the transshipment works and the splitting of the shipments of vaccines and things, I'll leave that to Mahmoud to come in on that later. With regards to what's happened here at the airport with AI and accelerated use cases, obviously, as you can imagine, we're in aviation, and aviation has been the hardest hit industry probably globally. So really what it came down to was, how can you use AI to reduce costs? And how can we make that a key central piece of what we do? Now, one of the things we had been doing was not just predictive maintenance on baggage. I didn't go through all our use cases earlier because it just isn't time in 10 or 15 minutes, but One of the things we've been working on was predictive maintenance across all of our air conditioning infrastructure and all of our buildings. And we had to really turn that on and accelerate that because it was a critical aspect of cost reduction. How do we reduce the amount of maintenance effort? Instead of it being planned maintenance, it becomes predictive maintenance. And moving on that journey was hugely important. So that's got a lot of time and attention from us in the crisis. But one challenge that we do have is all the systems I showed you are not stressed to the point that they were. So investment in operational efficiencies probably dropped off a bit, but investment in cost reduction around things like maintenance has actually shot up.
I can see you, Ellen. You are in front of us. So tell us about the time.
Well, I'm the timekeeper here. I wanted to say, well, thank you so much to all of you for very inspiring and insightful talks, and also the reflections you shared during the panel discussion. Dr. Saeed, thank you for helping me with the moderation here. I think that we could actually have a full day of sessions with just you guys, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of your use cases, Michael. And I'm scheduling a flight to Dubai as soon as they're letting us out of this country, because I want to see and touch and have a look around.
You are welcome.
You're more than welcome.
So to summarize, what we've heard now is that the United Arab Emirates are, in fact, a vibrant and ambitious business and technology environment. And they also need access to more talent and more tech partners to reach their national ambitions, because they are high, those ambitions. Now, Naveed and I in Network Development Hub, we work a lot with both corporates and startups, and we try to bridge this gap, as Dr. Saeed also pointed out. And I think it's a very important reminder from both Iyad and Michael that corporates also need to dare to work with these startups, both as a part of the social responsibility, but also to keep up with innovation. So to our audience, this is in fact kind of an invitation to come and work with the companies in the Emirates. There is a lot of opportunities for European technology companies, a lot of opportunities for the startups, scale-ups, niche players, and not just the big giants. And of course, if you want to discuss that, or want to have some sparring partners, or want to get some advice on how to do that, well, feel free to reach out, both with Naveed and myself, and you have the contact information on the screen, but also to our speakers. I know that they would be more than happy to connect with you. So thank you again very much to all our eminent speakers and my co-moderator.
Thank you.
And also thank you very much to the organizers, Michael and Matthias from AI Austria and Advantage Austria, for giving us this opportunity. And for the audience, please don't go away. There's a lot more happening in this event today and tomorrow. So, well, thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you from my side as well to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the organizers.
Assalamu.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great moderation, Ellen and Naveed, and thank you to our friends from Dubai. Looking forward to see you at the expo, hopefully in the second half of the year.
We have a big, and I hope you visit.
Yeah.
We will all just remain at the airport.
And a nice Austria pavilion. Right. Thank you so much. And wishes from Vienna.
Thank you, both of you and the institutions. Thank you so much for having us on.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
So as far as the next program point is concerned, we now have a break for 11 minutes. And afterwards, we will continue with Dr. Sascha Lange from German company Sayori. So in the meantime, yeah, please grab a coffee and enjoy.
Check your meeting schedule, check Slido, and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Always on my mind and way. that we share. Marry me when the lights go out. You know I'll be there, hoping that the ripples would make you notice me. Would make you notice me. I thought of you, hoping that the ripples would make you notice me.
Welcome back, everybody, from our short break. Hello and hi to the world, to you in Europe in the afternoon, and in the West and in the East, where it's a little bit later or earlier. For our next presentation, I'm very happy to welcome with me a true pioneer of his field, who has done a lot of research in deep reinforcement learning, coming from academia, and then moved on to the industry side, where he actually found several spin-offs, and among them a company called Sayori. Please welcome Sascha Lange, the CEO of Sayori, joining us from Germany. Hello, Sascha, can you hear us?
Thanks for having me.
Hello and welcome. And I would like to give you the stage right away. I see you already shared your slides. You have some minutes for your presentation, and to our audience, you can send us questions, send Dr. Sascha Lange questions at any time, which we will then answer in the Q&A session after his presentation. The floor is yours.
Thanks again for having me. So I'm going to show you one of the projects we're running right now. Basically, it's about developing an autonomy kit for cranes, so for existing cranes and also for new cranes that will be deployed in the field, together with our partner, the Andritz AG. And basically, you could ask, why would you do that? Why would you develop an autonomous crane? And basically, we are part of a larger initiative of Andritz to automatize the whole lockyard and pulp and paper industries. And the reasons for automatizing also the lockyard in these mills and running the cranes autonomously are these on the slides. Basically, the expectation is that the safety will be larger actually by using AI and less relying on humans in this particular area. The AI could be more precise about when what type of wood needs to be fed to the process. And also the storage could be optimized with the AI. So there is an expectation of improved product quality and yield. And also running these cranes autonomously will reduce energy costs and operation costs dramatically. And also, of course, because we collect a lot of data while developing, deploying the AI, and also providing the sensors, this will also be useful for the further processes in the mill. And here you see one example from a concrete project that we're working on. Basically, high-level comparison of the wood yards that could be built using either mobile front loaders that are quite common in Germany, or with a crane, and specifically with the autonomous crane. And you see that actually the size of the wood yard can be made way smaller when there are less leads for roads, and also things can store it higher up using a crane and not relying on these front loaders. And of course, you need less persons to run it, and also the energy costs will be reduced dramatically. Yeah, and for the concrete project we're working on, that's basically about this beast here in the United States. And we want to automatize this process here of grasping wood, complete logs from a truck, and load it to the belts that you see in the back. So the crane really can grasp the long wood that you see here with one single grasp, unload the truck completely, place it on the belt. So when we came to the project like 2 years ago, the first thing we noticed is that the present hardware that is deployed in the field that's actually available to control cranes is not able to support this endeavor of developing and deploying an AI to the fields that can do everything autonomously. And therefore, we started by developing an AI platform that is able to run on our stuff and technology, and also an architecture that's suitable to automatize this type of process. And of course, we placed a lot of sensors on the cranes that were not there yet. Basically, rely on two main sensors, LiDARs, time of flight data that is recorded from the field, and cameras that we placed on top of the crane and also at the operator cabin. Yeah, and here you can see the perception of the crane using its LiDARs. So you see probably the stack of wood in the lower half of the image. The black circles are actually the area where the crane is running itself and where it can't measure things because it's blocking the LiDAR measurement. And at the upper half of the image, you probably can see some structures. It's actually the belt and the unloading area where the trucks come in. And the second part of the perception is based on camera, computer vision. And you can see some of the processing we have in the computer vision pipeline running on this crane right now. This has been developed from scratch, specifically for the purpose, but relying on technology, mainly deep learning, neural networks, and classical computer vision that we already had in the company. So in the vision pipeline, as I said, we rely on classic computer vision, but basically in any stages, in any early stages, we also rely heavily on machine learning and specifically on deep learning. And we have neural networks there that basically do these types of processing you see here. So we have networks that can identify key points or feature points in the image that we want to track or are interested in. We have networks for detection that basically can find objects or people and give this type of bounding boxes. And we have simple networks that do basic classification, whereas the crane is presently lacking sensors. For example, basically finding out whether or not the grapple is loaded. So it sounds a little bit stupid, but we've learned that there are a lot of cranes in the fields that don't even have a scale and don't know what they are carrying around right now. So that was actually needed to, let's say, I know, like if it is loaded or not, if something is falling down, and I'm also estimating a little bit like how heavy it is. And we are also looking into semantic segmentation that would give us areas of concern. For example, here you see a grapple marked red, and in the background, an area where there's placed wood. So, but how did we train these neural networks? Because it's always the downside of using machine learning in projects like these. You don't program the solution, but somehow you have trained these neural networks about what they need to process. And for that, we developed a backend, let's say, for the AI that runs in the cloud together with a service that collects important data at the edge. So basically, we have some software and hardware on the crane that collects gigabytes of data a second from the cameras, filters it, buffers it, and selects the data that is needed for training the AI. And the data we are interested in is then sent over a narrow connection, basically a cellular connection or local internet to the cloud, where it's stored, indexed, and also put together with other information we get from the process. So we just don't have only the image data, but we also have the full process data and all the log files we can get there. And everything is connected to each other, and we have an interface to do semantic queries on these data to get the images that we are really interested in developing the AI, training the networks, and also doing the validation offline before we deploy anything to the real site. Yeah, and basically you can think of this backend as a necessary tool for the development. So it's not really necessary for the customer, but that is needed to develop the AI before it can be put to the field and deployed to the field. But it's also useful for our customers. For example, we can use the data we collect there and provide supervisor user interfaces and reports from the cloud service. And basically, you see here what our developers would see when they interact with the more than 3 million images right now that are stored in the cloud just for this pilot crane here. And you've seen that a developer can type in things he's interested in, for example, a specific gantry angle, time of day, and then can filter all the images and gets an immediate answer. And now to the next step. So we have the data, but when we want to train the neural networks, we need supervised data. So we need training data, target data. Someone needs to tell the neural networks what we are interested in this amount of images. And for that, we've founded this one daughter company in Heidelberg together with a friend that organizes specifically that data annotation with crowd services. So people that are working offsite on this data and creates necessary annotations. These annotations can be moved back to our cloud. So we export the data that we're interested in, get the annotation within a few hours, and then get back the annotated data into our cloud, and everything is available to train the neural networks. Yeah, so how do we develop the abilities of the AI? So because we can't always work with these large cranes, and actually there is no crane available round the clock for our development purposes. So the answer is that we often start in the lab, like you see here. That's an experiment we did to develop ideas for achieving the sway control, because the problem for these cranes is that the grapple is free swinging and you don't have a measurement like the displacement of the grapple. There's no encoder. And here you can see some of our ideas. So the top video shows the swinging without any control. It's just freely swinging. In the middle, you see an active damping, so that basically sees a displacement as it happened, and here you see the correction actively that it removes the swinging after it happened. And in the lowermost video, you see a version that uses this active damping, but also has a formula based on the pendulum equation to prevent any sway that it induces by its own. So that means like when it starts moving, you see that it's way less moving than the above one and clearly stops quickly, but it's also able to remove the sway that is induced by the block. So when we've done that, then we move the thing to a smaller version of the large crane. So that's a 1 to 5 model of the crane in the field, and we try to run it here on the crane. And then in the last step, we bring it to the large machine. So where we have basically the same platform. So deploying the software from the lab to the staging environment in our warehouse to the large crane is not a problem at all. Everything is made very similar, so that something that is developed here can be run there. And here you see a person swinging up the grapple, and now he just switches on the sway control, and the crane actively removes the sway that's also on the grapple, basically the thing that you've just seen before, first in the lab, then in the staging environment. Yeah, and when we put everything together, this technology, the neural networks, our engineering work, and these solutions to small different problems like controlling the sway, basically we want to get to unloading the truck. And here you can see a video that we produced in December of last year that demonstrates the stage of the project at the time. This is fully autonomous, so after hitting the button, no one is involved. And here you see that the crane is able to autonomously approach this load of logs. And when we watch it a little bit, it will also do the unloading completely autonomously. Good. So basically, we can also have a small glimpse at like how it's done with the software while the second trial is prepared. So basically, what you demonstrate here, that it's already quite reliable and that you can place the logs wherever you want. There's just the sensors like that you see at the crane's top and at the bottom of the crane work together to just identify the load. Here you see the cameras, and on the left an image of what is processing. And then you can see like that it's really able to do the unloading by itself. Good. So what further abilities will the Crane AI have? So because in the middle of the project Corona hit us, we had to shift our working at the site in the United States a little bit more to Germany because of travel restrictions. So what we also developed during that time is the ability to run the Crane AI from Germany. So we have a real-time connection to the crane. We can see what's happening, and we also, in the image at the bottom left corner, you can also see that we can see live what the AI is thinking. So it's a black image that's basically the scanned data from the AI, and it's really corresponding to what's happening at the site in real time. Just to show off and also to have a better debugging tool, we also have a VR version of that, where we can inspect the scans a little bit further, that you see on upper left corner. In the middle, we are also working already on the grasping of the pile, which is quite stable, as you can see. So this is 4 repeats with 4 times speed. We just grasp wood from the pile and place it back. And also the sensors we give us additional information that you can see in the rightmost video, where basically, oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. So in the rightmost video, where you can see that there is a volume measurement possible of the blue wood pile that you probably can identify in the scan there. And that's what I meant with the sensors give us different additional abilities that might be interesting to our customers, but also useful outside the crane application, just in warehouses and logistics. So for the roadmap, as I said, we started in late 2019 with the project. Then in 2020, we're hit a little bit by Corona. But right now, we are just finishing the development work of the AI here in Germany on the staging environment, and are scheduled to deliver it in April this year to the site, if traveling is allowed, and looks good right now. And also there will be the first installation on a portal crane in Europe in about 1 year. The delivery of that will start. So what are further use cases of the technology? So basically, if you don't run a woodyard and don't have a woodyard crane, nevertheless, it could be interesting to you. Because as I just said, we will also transfer the technology to portal cranes. We could think of overhead and bridge cranes that could be applied to. And of course, we're looking a little bit at harbor cranes, and probably also tower cranes are in the scope of the roadmap in the future. So, and also outside the crane area, you could use the technology for inventory measurement and tracking, specifically of unstructured goods. So anything that's not a container probably could be helped with the technology, like when you want to know the volume or how much was placed where, when, and taken away. Yeah, thank you for your attention. So that's basically it. Here, I just want to thank my team. I didn't do it alone. So on the left side, you see the joint team with Andritz at the site. And on the right side, you see my team in theory that's working with me on this and other projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sasha, for that insights. And while that was a lot of information right now, for one, but we received a couple of questions that we're going to take a look at right now. Don't forget, you can still upvote questions and ask some yourselves. But maybe let's just start at the top. Somebody asked, industrial cranes seem pretty unique. Why apply AI? Is there really a significant gain in efficiency cost reduction to be made? Can you elaborate on that?
A small company, of course, the market is insanely big. Also, when you include harvest cranes and tower cranes, and you can do a lot of things, even by supporting the operators. People get harmed in this industry, but also on other sides by cranes. That's an aspect. And also for our customers, pulp and paper industry, that's one of the areas that's not that automatized by now. So that's getting one of the pain points. And basically, I think that's of high interest for them to automate it. Mm-hmm. And for me, it was a good area compared to autonomous driving because it's structured. So it's still difficult. We have this unstructured loads. It's really not easy to handle. Logs is really not as nice as containers. But everything else is known. I can define the process as a crane doesn't move usually, like to different sites. And it's way easier than solving autonomous driving.
Mm-hmm. So basically, it's a huge industry, and I can imagine there are not that many industrial cranes in the world, like, I don't know, other like appliances. And we move on. People start to process the information they got, and the questions come pouring in. Clemens, what do we have next?
Number 2 is it's going in the direction of KPIs. What is the impact on maintenance and accident reduction by using these RL-based systems?
Yeah, you mentioned that it could be dangerous.
Basically, the vision is to have no persons in the area where the crane is working, not one. So that's dramatically. There is no real calculation by that. I probably can't mention. Let's say in average in this industry, you have during the lifetime of a crane, you have fatal incidents where someone gets hurt, and also there are destroyed trucks per site per year.
All right, yeah, because you are the eyes of the people that would normally kind of be in touch with the crane driver, for example. Huh?
Like people not following procedure, something the crane will never be able to do. Like if there needs to be 40-meter distance to the truck before something happens, there must be a button pressed. It will not go closer to that, never. It can't. And so there's an expectation that in this particular case, it can be reduced. For the efficiency or maintenance, I can't say. Our partner is hoping for that because, again, operators are not following procedures. And there are things like wear and tear are dependent on what you do with the crane. For the efficiency problem, probably there is a site plan that a human can't control. So it needs some precision and speed, whereas a human operator for one operation will be out. He's not even an option.
Thank you very much. Well, we get the following question. The other question was more popular right now. Very interesting. How many man hours were necessary to develop the model so far? Can you give a number on that?
Not much we will say, but probably I briefly say yes. We use Bayesian inference also, because the man hours. So this is a 7-digit development project.
All right. So the Bayesian inference. Okay, it's also answered. And Here, Sylvia Fien asks, is classification and measurement of material, quality, length, volume of individual trees or logs of wood pieces volume in the scope of your project too?
Yes, we also work together with SICK, the partner for the scanners. It's also quite closely situated here in Germany to my place in Freiburg. And there is a full volume measurement. We can tell the length of the whole load. Right now, individual logs are not of concern, but if they are concerned, that could be solved.
Hope that answers your question. Otherwise, get in touch with Sascha Lange in the meetings.
Then the next question is actually a direct reference to the title of your presentation. And you also mentioned the 7-digit number before. What do you see as the biggest obstacles in applying RL to real-world problems, besides finding the...
Outside this project, we just managed to deploy a reinforcement learning solution to production from remote because of Corona in a mine in Perth. Completely different process, but it's 6-digit. So that can be done cheaper and we can do it. Yeah, and there are obstacles, of course, like how do you learn and interact with the machine if the process can easily be broken? Yeah, but we have methods to work around that. And here we basically look with reinforcement learning at things that relate to sway. So we want to get more optimal behavior that doesn't slow down to prevent sway with heavy loads, start stopping. And actually we follow the process that I've shown. Like we have a simulation that I didn't show, then we go to small models, build the technology, and when we know like what to use, how to set up the parameters, how to do the experiments, then we approach the real crane. Yeah. And sometimes we can transfer a model from a smaller version, probably to the larger one. Yeah, so also that's because of how we represent the states, something we already did. Like we learn on one machine, but it works on the large one as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, with regard to time management, we now have to skip the Q&A session, but yeah, the question with the cranes you answered before and the connection with the logo as well. Anyways, thanks a lot for being on the stage today and sharing your insights. It was super interesting to see one like forward-looking application of RL. Yeah, for the participants, if you want to network with Sascha, please register on the P2Match platform and schedule meetings. It's also open tomorrow. And yeah, with regards to the program, we will make a short break now and we will continue at 20 minutes past 3. This means in 4 minutes again. So, and to you, Sascha, all the best to Germany.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for running this conference as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And we'll be right back.
You were born to be on display.
Hello and welcome back. And with us now in the virtual stage, we welcome our next speaker. It's a company from Austria called Scalable, I'm sorry. And let's welcome together Charles Dietz.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Hello. You will tell us about pitfalls and reality of AI projects in logistics. And it's our honor to give the stage over to you.
The stage is yours.
For your use case presentation. Talk to you in a bit, Charles. Your presentation is here, and here we go.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you much, Matthias. Thank you, Clemens, for the organization and invitation. Very good conference. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll say I was very impressed. I was also watching the first part of the afternoon, what was presented from Emirati friends. And they show that really AI solutions are not science fiction, that you can already roll out existing technology for managing the harbors and airports. And that is it's actually bringing enormous gain, I believe, from them. So what I would like today show is a bit the other face of the coin, I don't want to be the party pooper. I want to show what is the reality behind pushing AI projects in different industries, especially into logistics, which we're working with. This will be the outline of my talk. So I'm Charles Dietz. I'm the lead data scientist at Scalable. It's a service company here in Vienna. I'll give you a bit more longer introduction to the company, and then I will show you use cases we've been working with logistics, and I will present to you what are the main pitfalls that you encountered when dealing with AI projects in logistics. And I will conclude with a few hard lessons that we have learned over the years here. So what is Scalable? I say we're a service company. We're based in Vienna, Austria. The company is 8 years old. It has around 50 people currently. And we've been working across industries all along. Basically, we are a digital innovation studio where we basically, mix business, design, and technology to ideate, ideate and implement eventually end-to-end solution using a very holistic approach for the digitization of processes across various industries. Industry we've been working with, we work a lot with the construction industry, which in a sense is actually a logistics problem when you think of it. We have a lot of work also with fintech, especially with banks for implementing digital platform from them. We also have customers in manufacturing. We touch healthcare and also industry, energy, the energy industry, and of course logistics and mobility. So a bit more details who are our customers. Basically, lots of middle-sized and large players from Austria and the DACH region and a few other in Europe. Especially, we already worked quite a lot with the ÖBB, the different branches from it, from Person and Verkehr, innovation, infrastructure. We work with the Rail Cargo Group, which is the freight division of the ÖBB, the Austrian Railways. And also we work with a Jettainer, which is part of the Lufthansa group and doing this container shipment for air freight. So what use cases have we worked on with these companies? I like to present them, all of them at a high level, the ones that we touch. So it's not an exhaustive presentation of all possible use cases for logistics. There are very, very numerous ones, but just what we've really been in touch with there. The first use is like asset allocation. Like basically when you're a logistics company, you have a fleet of trucks or cars or wagons, trains, sometimes even bicycles, containers, and you want to basically optimize the occupancy, of these things, because it's how you make money, by renting, allocating this shipping capacity. And what you want to have basically is to have the right asset at the right place and at the right time. And you want to maximize the occupancy of your assets. And of course, this is a pretty complicated optimization problem that's basically the first use case for logistics we've touched. A second important aspect that we've been working on is demand prediction, or more generally, maybe predictive analytics, or a better way to frame it. Basically, you want to be able to predict how many passengers you're going to have, or how many parcels you're going to deliver. We see people also interested in predicting delays, predicting certain loads, trying to identify potential reasons for disruption of supply chain, etc. Essentially, it's just boiling down a lot to predicting what is the demand for tomorrow, or the demand for next week, or the next month, depending on the actual use case of the prediction horizons you want to work for. And as I said, this is true whether you are moving goods or passengers. There are lots of similar problems there. The third interesting and broad meta use case, I would say, is all the part of back office automation. We heard earlier in one of the presentations that, for example, processing, filling up forms for the custom declaration is very time demanding. It demands a lot of manpower, but it's not the only thing. There are lots and lots of tasks that are done back office, whether it's like legal thing, contracting, payments, and also basically tracking of operation, which demand a lot of time and attention from human personnel, and sadly is sometimes very poorly automatized. So what I want to get rid of, like literally, because we see still things being operated like that here and there. People working on Excel spreadsheets still. People doing a lot of copy pasting for certain documents to other documents, from certain information system to other information system, because they're not integrated with each other. Or again, people still spending a lot of time going through emails and copy pasting things on email, or trying to manually extract things from scanned documents, whether these are pictures, text. And we know that it's possible to tackle this with OCR system and NLP and integrate that further. So it's not maybe specific to logistics, but no, logistics is still very, very demanding in terms of how much back office tasks have to be done. So just an overview again. So these are three major use cases we've been working on with our customers. Asset allocation, so optimal allocation of your containers or shipment capacity. Demand prediction, and it's interesting to see that they're all interconnected, so you could think of a higher level how they will work out together. For example, you can think of asset allocation for the current time, but if you have a very good demand prediction, you can use this prediction for calculating optimal allocation in the future. And then this can be integrated all that to support back office tasks, so that a lot of the paperwork related around this operation is generated automatically. So what does a data scientist think when we see like such interesting and use cases and exhaustive use case? It's amazing. It's complex optimization problems. And the good news is like there are actually lots of ways to tackle this. From the more historical perspective, we've been using a lot of heuristic algorithm. There are very fast optimization strategies for very well detailed and very well parameterized problem. We heard a lot about machine learning and deep learning. This can be very, very good, very performant, where there's a lot of data and where there's a clear mapping between some certain input and output. We heard also, like in the previous talk, and also a bunch of people who can do that, friends in Light AI, work on reinforcement learning, which is more suited for very advanced, very complex optimization problems where you have, multi-agents interaction and agent interacting with a complex environment. This is very tricky to do in real life, but it's possible to do something around it. But this is the data scientist dream. So what's happened on the business side of aspect is like ideally you want to get into a so-called virtual circle AI, where you build a first AI-based product. This product attracts more user or makes the life of the user better. This user generate data, which in return can be used to improve the product, and so on. And this is true in both contexts, whether you think of a B2C application, okay, it's very clear what the users are, but also B2B, because maybe in your factory, in your operations, you have internal users that are using the system, and you want to make the life better. But this is all nice and it's a bit theoretical, and I'd like here to quote fellow physicist Albert Einstein, who said once, in theory and practice are the same, but in practice they are not. And the reality on the field when you work with AI projects, there's like lots of pitfalls, and what this ideal case of virtuous AI cycle you want to reach, virtuous cycle of AI you want to reach, the reality is more like a lot of companies we see are kind of stuck in this vicious cycle of no AI, which is pretty much the opposite, where you start maybe by having not the adequate mindset of culture within a company, which keep maintaining basically outdated process. Maybe these processes were good 20, 30 years ago. Maybe they were the best process back then, but they're no longer suited for nowadays conditions. And this outdated process are supported by legacy systems, which produce no data, no usable data, or poor quality data, or data that are distributed in ways that nobody knows where to find them. And this ends up with having no AI solution implemented and so on. And the question is like, what's really happening there and how we can get out of this? So I'd like to get into more of the details and present to you what are exactly these pitfalls about. We saw that the first point is the problem of mindset of culture, which is affecting, let's say, the first two parts essentially of this vicious cycle of no AI. And it started basically usually by the lack of vision and the lack of support from top management. I mean, we see in the Emirati case, for example, that there is a strategy coming from the very top of the government and then flowing down all into public infrastructure and big companies in the country. And this is a very strong push. This is very necessary. What we see in companies also is like sometimes a lot of lack of in-house knowledge. And also people were talking about how to attract talents and keep them and give them like space to thrive within the companies. And generally, this lack of in-house knowledge, lack of internal training on AI topics and AI use cases leads to a general lack of understanding of use cases and their feasibility, whether it's business feasibility or technical feasibility. The second major pitfall is it's how to deal with legacy system. And that, if you think logistics or manufacturing, this can be a huge problem because sometimes you have entire infrastructure which are totally not integrated in modern data systems. So what you have typically, you have poor APIs, sometimes no APIs at all. You have no centralized access to the data. So how do you do, like if you want to do a prediction, maybe you need data from, I don't know, 10, 20, 50 different kinds of sources to make good predictions, but none of this is easily available. We've seen also people sometimes, companies have initiatives, innovation initiatives, people join this company for building on these new AI roles, and they don't know what's in a company. They don't know very well what are the legacy systems or what the processes are like. And also lots of pitfalls about how these projects are being fall into is like people see it as software projects or IT projects, which is not the right approach. A pitfall number 3 is the consequence of this having not the right mindset and dealing with outdated processes is having poor data and no data. We see that machine learning, especially deep learning, demands data, potentially a lot, but especially quality data. And of course, if you cannot produce this quality data, and you're not going to be able to implement any advanced use cases. And what happens sometimes also, maybe there is data, but there's no one to look into this data. So it's important at some point to have good partners, or maybe already 1 or 2 data scientists in-house that can look into that, and I'll give you feedback on how to improve this. Finally, the pitfall number 4, and this is affecting basically all the aspects, is the topic of usability and design. Because in the end, this is something made by humans, for humans, for humans, and you want your AI solution, AI products to be usable and to be adopted by user, and they should make the life better. And it's very easy to basically ignore the end user and thinking that AI is just a problem of technology. As we see, technology in AI is the last problem we have when talking about real life applications. So, what are the lessons learned? In very short and a high level, what we learn as Clayball over the many years is like, first, when you do AI projects, it's about culture and it's about language. It's on one hand on the customer side, because they have to be trained, they have to be educated into use cases, into dealing with data, into leading this project successfully. Also on our end, because we cannot force a culture into customer. We have to learn the cultural language, and this is actually an interesting meme done by one of our engineers who was hearing about some project, and it's like, oh, if you go to these companies and talk to these people about digitalization of AI, people sometimes freak out. They don't want to hear. They heard that word too much. But if you talk the language in terms of, we have to work in implementing what's in the AAIC Codex Anlage A, then there's a better uptake in the company. So it's about culture and language. And lesson 2, as we said, when we think what AI does, it's here to support human. It's designed by humans, it's built by humans, implemented by humans, it will be operated by humans, and it must serve humans. So why is it so difficult to implement an AI project? Because it's all about people. It starts with people, it ends with people, and AI is just there to support our activities. So what does it take? And this is what Scalable has to offer, is like, it is complex to deal with these AI projects. And it needs essentially 3 main ingredients. The first one is design thinking. You need to put the human back at the center of things. You need to engage with the customer, talk to them, see what their real needs are, and try to figure out the best way to address the real problems and build a solution that is usable for the end user and that generates value and improves things. Second is a lean startup approach. That is, you want to be able to, take risk, experiment, prototype, and so on. And the third one is like agile development, which is about this agility, this flexibility in the way you run projects. So that was my conclusion. Of course, there will be a lot more to tell on the topic, on the use cases, and how to run AI projects. If you have time, please take a look. I've just published 2 articles on the Scalable Medium blog. You can take a look, medium.com/Scalable. First article where I review a bit more in details important use cases which are useful for AI and logistics. And the second one where I'm trying to discuss what are the current challenges and the longer term trends and future trends that we see emerging in this field. All right, this is it. Thank you much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Charles. Breaking the vicious AI circle and bringing together people from so different background like yours and maybe many in the logistics industry is actually what this conference is all about. So thank you for your interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe comment the 2 Medium blogs that you mentioned. I would suggest that you also post them in the conference channel or chat on LinkedIn so people can follow up. So they will from the Q&A.
But we will also share your slides when you provide them.
I've already sent them to you, so please feel free to share them.
Okay, will do. As far as questions are concerned, we received 3 questions during your talk. Let's start with number 1 directly. You mentioned that you already have 50 employees. Do you have any plans to scale further internationally? If yes, what are your priority markets and why?
Good question. I can't answer on the longer term. We have 50 employees there. It's like, if you think of it, Scalable, I think 3 or 4 years ago, only was 8 to a dozen of employee maximum. So actually we've grown a lot 2 or 3 years ago, and we've been more in a stabilization phase at the moment, but hopefully we'll be able to re-expand soon enough. In terms of markets, I say we work a lot in the DAR market, and we have a few customers in the European Union, but yeah, our market is very European at the moment.
And this question actually comes from our partner, Jan Bruckner, who is with the US Commercial Service, who was with us for this conference. So maybe you get in touch with them, and of course with our offices in New York, Los Angeles.
Sure. I mean, Austrian companies have a very good reputation abroad. I mean, especially I heard in Asia. So of course that's always interesting.
Wonderful. Thanks.
So perfect. The next question is again
anonymous.
Anonymous. Yeah, Anonymous is asking lots of questions.
Yeah, don't be shy, people.
So it's again related to your company and your team composition. It's about what are the main challenges of establishing a dedicated AI business unit like yours within an established agency. And second part of the question, how do you attract and retain talent in such a setup?
2 questions.
Okay, so the first part, it's not easy actually to transform an existing company to an AI company. I think I should refer, there is the AI transformation playbook also published by Andrew Ng's company. You can look it up. And there's a lot of work to do inside, and it takes time, because as said, even for companies, whether it's for self or customers, who already maybe used to work with software, for example, developing software, it's still different. It's not just software. It's not just about writing code. It's different mindset. You need to understand what it takes to work with data. And also you need to go completely across all disciplines, because you see that making a product, it's a global thing. You need a holistic view. You need a long-term view. And you have to break a lot of silos. So you have to understand that. I'll say the impulse must come from the top, and it takes time, and you need to perform some internal training. That was an interesting aspect that actually we done ourselves, personally organize internal training at Scalable to educate basically the rest of the company to data-driven approach, data strategy, understand use cases which are valid for all the industries we work with. How do you attract and retain talent? I think data scientists or people have a good level in working with data or statistics. They just want to be fed exciting projects, and I think this is the end. They want to make a difference. They want to work on things that they know will be rolled out and will have an impact on the real life. I think this is what is the most rewarding at the end of the day. So you need interesting projects to attract talent, I would say.
Perfect. Thank you for the summary. And the last question is now finally flipping to the customer side and also more to the content of your talk. How mature or willing do you perceive the logistics and SEM industry in comparison to other early adopters like finance or manufacturing?
I will say it's funny because personally I was more involved more recently in this topic of logistics, like a year or something. And I think there is interesting uptake. There is a real realization in all actors of logistics that it's really time to move on. I mean, we see at ÖBB, there are initiatives there. People at the high level really want to move stuff, and there is also funding for that, which is also interesting. So there is an understanding. There is really a real dynamic now. Okay, if you look at company like ÖBB, it's still sort of early stage, but I think they are on a good track, But it will take years, It's can take 5-10 years to see really advanced, probably AI solutions to be rolled out and used on a daily basis. But it's there. It's coming.
Good. And one last question slipped in, and because we still have time, I asked
it's one more, yeah.
It's from
Anonymous again.
No. There's a name. It's Joanna from Motion Software. Charles Sclavos, thank you for the nice and informative presentation. How AI could be used in digital twins for smart factories, in your opinion?
Well, it's actually interesting that I didn't mention the topic of the concept of digital twin in my presentation, but it's always underlying, because if you think what happens once you start to, have a model of your daily operation, have to, combine it with predictive models and start to integrate them with all your back office operation, it's like, oh, actually you have a digital twin. This is what makes up digital twin. So there are many stages, and at each of them certain requirements of what is a digital twin. And you build that step by step, starting with a bunch of easy use cases and then upgrading the level of difficulty and integrating these different solutions together to make our digital twin. So because once you have, let's say again, a model of your operation, predictive modeling, etc., you can start to actually maybe simulate your operation and say, okay, now I can tweak a bit the parameter and say, what could happen if this part of the supply chain be disrupted? What could happen if I have a surge of parcel delivery here and there? And then this is when you have your digital twin. So, and yeah, people talk a lot of it in the context of manufacturing, but it's totally relevant for logistics and transportation. So, yes.
And thank you, Charles. And you have got compliments on your meme game. Great presentation.
Well, if you're in a tech company, you have developers, you have data scientists. There's a very geeky culture around there. So memes just happen, and I think it's important to show them in our presentation to show who we really are.
Thank you so much for the comment. Well, and we will share your slides with our audience, and I hope you and your team stay around for the B2B meetings that are continuing tomorrow as well. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you much. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
You too. And we will be back after a short break
at 4 p.m. Central European time sharp. So
that's in 14 minutes, and with our next presenter. And stay with us. Thank you very much.
So hello and welcome back to the penultimate session of today. So we welcome
quite a day already.
Oh yes. So with us, we now welcome Dr. Lisa Smith from the Austrian startup Prewave. Hello, Lisa. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello. Hi.
Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, Lisa is, she's the CEO and founder of Prewave. It's one, I would say, definitely one of the rising stars in the Austrian AI startup scene. So as you can imagine, thanks to COVID-19 and what Lisa will show you later, this product is like it was made for the year 2020.
This must have been an interesting year for you as well.
Yes, it was.
And beyond. Without further delay, I would hand over the word to you, Lisa, and your presentation. And as always, if there are any questions, please shoot them on Slido and we will pick them up later. So the stage is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome to my presentation. Hello to everyone out there. Well, I'm with the startup Prewave, and we use AI to predict and detect supply chain risks, in particular disruption risks and sustainability risks. We are an AI startup based in Vienna, a spin-off of the Technical University in Vienna, where I did my PhD. So we did about 7 years of research in the area of supply chain risk detection using AI. But let me first introduce you. So what is the problem space in which we are working? So the problem that we as Prewave address is that supply chains have never been more complex and intransparent than ever before. Many of the companies that we are working with, usually manufacturing companies, have more than 10,000 different suppliers from more than 100 different countries, speaking more than 50 languages. And as you can imagine, it's increasingly complex and difficult to keep an overview about what is happening in the supply chain. So what can happen in supply chains is, for example, a labor strike could pose a disruption risks. Here's an example from a labor strike in a warehouse from a supplier of Toyota in Indonesia. Or industrial accidents. Here's an example, a fire from a supplier in Malaysia from Honda. Cyber attacks are increasingly an issue. Here's an example from Norway, from Norsk Hydro, which basically caused a disruption to the plant for several days about 1.5 years ago. But next to disruption risks, sustainability risks become also more and more important. And maybe as you have heard in the last weeks, in Germany, there are now basically efforts to introduce a new supply chain law that basically forces companies to take more responsibility over the sustainability in their supply chains and at the suppliers. So this is really a current topic as well. And here's an example of pollution of a supplier in China, or the topic of child labor is now also in the automotive industry for the first time an issue if we think about e-mobility and all the rare earths and materials that are used in the production process. So all of these things have one thing in common. So they're really hard to monitor because there is usually a lack of data about where do fires happen, where does child labor happen, where are pollution incidents and things like that. And all that, but on the other hand, we as humans produce more data than ever before in history on social media, on news, local news, digital news, but also in blog articles and so on about what is happening on the ground. And this is where we come in. So we developed a technology that uses social media data, news data, blog data in more than 50 languages. So basically unstructured text data, in multilingual unstructured text data is the input for our Prewave AI. And the main task of our AI in the background is to extract signals for risks in this data. And those signals can be, for example, yes, there's a fire happening, there's an explosion happening, things like that. But this can be also pre-signals. For example, there are rumors about a labor strike. There is a threat of a bankruptcy and so on. Our AI in the background is based on natural language processing and machine learning models and uses graph technology. And so right now we have spent more than 7 years of research and development of basically developing these algorithms. So what can our technology detect? So how do we use it and how do we develop it further? So our technology is based on detecting events of a certain event type. That ranges from labor unrest, political unrest, financial stress, legal stress, to other event types like accidents, but as I mentioned before, CSR incidents, natural disasters, or cyber risks. And obviously this catalog is growing and growing, and also grew a lot in the last year with all the new COVID-related risks like quarantine, lockdowns, and so on. Let me give you a concrete example. So this is an example from a supplier in China. There was an insolvency at this company in November 2018. On the 14th of September, a regulatory shutdown happened. And this is how this looks like to our algorithm. So we collect this Chinese article, which basically says that the bank accounts of this bank are company are frozen. A few days later, so about a week later, we find on Weibo, on social media in China, that there are rumors about unpaid wages at this company. Again, a few days later, a management change happens. We see that the Minister of Internal Audit, which is something like the CFO, basically resigns. So these are all already signals of that something potentially goes wrong. And on 17th of November, the insolvency happens. And in the years later, there was a restructuring and delisting from the stock market. So the basic message here is that oftentimes for some event types, for example, like bankruptcies, but also labor strikes, demonstrations, they don't happen overnight, but there are signals that can be detected before the event actually occurs. Maybe just shortly, so what is our AI, our technology about? There are basically two areas that we see as USP of our technology. On the one hand side, we use natively trained models that their task is actually to classify whether a text in a certain language is related to one of the event types that we are looking for. And on the other hand, we use clustering mechanisms that cluster together messages that belong to the same event. Imagine you're monitoring 5,000 different suppliers. If you would get duplicate messages about all of these events, that would be a big problem, would lead to an overflow of information. But in the end, if an event happens, like for example, a factory fire, you usually get hundreds of thousands of different messages on different channels in different languages. So it's really important to cluster them meaningful together. We did benchmarking tests once early on when we founded Prewave in a pilot project together with DHL, and we compared our technology to 3 different alternatives in a defined pilot scope, and we could show that with this technology, we can detect 17 times as many relevant incidents than all alternatives together. So these were basically, after doing the research at the university, really promising results that led then for us to develop the technology further and to launch now our platform, that is the Prewave Supply Chain Intelligence platform. I will give you a short demo in a minute. But we were really thinking a lot about how can we make this data most usable for the industry out there. So that means for manufacturing companies, but also for logistics companies that have the need to oversee hundreds or thousands or 10,000s of nodes around the world and have to detect those risks. And we now basically have 2 different formats how we serve our data to our users. On the one hand side, we have the Prewave application that I will show you in a second. And then we also have an API, which basically means we can partner with other companies, combine our data in order to be integrated into other platforms or situation rooms of companies or logistics, manufacturing companies or logistics companies. So let me just give you a short, basically a short insight into our platform. 1 second, the screen here. So this is how our platform looks like. This is the Prewave platform, and what the central element of our platform is a feed. So you know it, of course, from other applications you use. But on pre-wave, your feed basically tells you what is happening in your supply chains or what is happening at the companies you're monitoring, or the POIs. So for example, this is a seaport, so you can monitor logistics points like seaports, airports, also mines or power plants, but also companies and company sites. So what we see right now here, so this is directly from today, is that there is a labor strike predicted for the port of Genua in 8 days. So I hope for the ones for whom this is relevant, you have this on the radar. On the 5th of March, the port of Genua is probably not operating to 100% because there is a labor strike announced. And these are the kind of things you see. If we see here, there's a mass layoff announced at another logistics company. Small fire happened a few days ago at the port of Rotterdam. Or here, site opening. So basically companies open again after they closed for a while. So this is the things you see here. We are also integrating external data sources here. For example, from the University of Oxford, they are publishing a data feed about lockdown measures, and they are basically combined here with the suppliers or points of interest that you're monitoring, and then you get these updates when something happens. Then you can also basically view all this data on a map. So this is like now really a view where we see many different suppliers and alerts, but you can of course choose the ones that are interesting to you. And you can also show lanes. Yeah, so this might be interesting for logistics companies here, especially when you can basically design a lane. So my product moves from A to B to C, and you can view that here on a map and then see the status of the different waypoints combined with the alerts that our technology generated. Yes, and there is an additional feature when you can actually also contact supplier. If you add the email address and the contact person, you can also ask a company to send a status update. If you see that they are at risk, you can request an update, and then they can change their status in real time, continuously, basically, as you ask them for updates. So in that way, you can get a real-time map combining external information from news sources, from social media sources, from other structured data sources, with the direct feedback from the suppliers or maybe contact persons that you have at these different supply chain nodes. So this is just to give you an insight about what we are working on, how we are using AI as a use case for logistics. Yes, and it's our goal with that to help and to contribute to make tomorrow's supply chain more transparent, resilient, and sustainable. And our platform is also reachable in the internet, and anyone can sign up and follow a couple of their suppliers to try it out. So I invite you, if you're interested, to do that. But you can also reach out to us if, in case you're interested, for doing research projects, data partnerships, integrating our data into other projects. We're always open to talk about that. So thank you very much, and I think we can now continue taking. I will now continue answering your questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Lisa. It's very intriguing what can be like offered to supply chain managers and companies around the world from the data you retrieve and analyze and provide on your platform. We have 3 questions, and let's just start with the first one. Somebody asks, where do you see the hard limits when it comes to understanding of natural language and text?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So I think a hard limit is definitely when we talk about this area of fake news. Yeah, we are collecting data from different sources, so we can, of course, to some extent, verify whether something is really happening or not, or whether it looks at least whether it's really happening or not. But in the end, still our algorithms depend on the data available, on the open data available. So yes, you can basically limit fake news to a certain extent, but we cannot actually go there and really check what is happening. Yeah, so this is really a hard limit that is there, and we are trying in our app, as I showed you, to really get then also the direct feedback from the people where we are reporting about, to basically manage that. But I think this is this would be one limit. Everything can look like it's a super real event and so on, but we try to get the last confirmation then from people directly on the ground.
So Clemens, so yeah, the next question is going a little bit in that direction. Let me read this. This is nicely formulated. There are things we know, things we know we don't know, and things we don't know. Which of the three do you address? And this is perhaps a reference to Donald Rumsfeld, who is like when he was talking about the Iraq war, he was saying this, the known unknowns.
Yes. I would say it's actually mostly the second and the third. So like, so the things that companies already know, they know, like maybe just to put this in more practical terms. So we have customers who have a very close relationship to their suppliers, and to some of them at least. Yeah, and this is, we will not tell them anything new with, like monitoring external news normally, typically. Yeah, but other than if it's a really high number, then of course, again, it makes sense to have a structured, systematic approach of monitoring them. But especially when okay, probably there is a lot of things are happening. So there are fires and earthquakes and so on happening. You just don't know it at the right time and not in a systematic way. And there's also no systematic workflow. And this is where we can really help. But about the things that we really don't know, that we don't know them, we also had customers already who were completely surprised by which type of things are happening at the sites they are monitoring on Prewave. So this is relevant as well. So I would say the second and the third mostly.
Thank you very much. Oh, a question came in that has been upvoted pretty quickly. Oh, what happened now?
Yeah, whatever. Let's pick up this one. How many customers do you already have that are using your service? And is this also interesting for financial companies?
Yes.
Like maybe
yeah, so we have more than 1,000 users on the platform, 800 different companies right now, and so they are using our service. And it's also interesting for financial companies. We're doing POCs in that direction, especially when it comes to supply chain, like financial instruments that relate to supply chains. There's a lot of factoring, supply chain. There are certain financial instruments inside the supply chain, let's say, and there it absolutely makes sense as well to monitor large numbers of suppliers.
So, and coming up, what is different about your approach to risk analysis compared to established vendors in the market who also use AI? What technical approach makes your results better? Is the analysis fully automated, or is there also manual work to pre-filter messages that make sense for the customer? So 3 questions, maybe you can elaborate.
Yes. So what is different is that we analyze the data in the native language that we that the text actually has. So when we get a text from Indonesia, we really use a model for Bahasa Indonesia and so on. So that really makes our approach better in that way that we can sense smaller events as well, that are only reported in the local language and not in the international news, for example, in English news. So here that was really also in the benchmarking what made the difference. And the second question, I think that basically also answers the second question, that the technical approach. So we have the supervised models for different languages. So and as I said, also the clustering, which really differentiates us from other AI-based media monitoring tools, which is, like forward every relevant message to you or help you filter. But this is really a more meaningful clustering where we put a lot of research in, and which provides a lot of value for our customers. And is the analysis fully automated, and is there manual work to pre-filter messages? Yes, let's say to a big extent, it's fully automated. But if we are using new models, we always have a training phase where we have validations. So it takes some time before we can basically drive autonomously. So we have to collect training data, and we also have manual work for validation and quality checks and so on, quality loops, feedback loops. So yes, it's both. Let's say there's a part fully automated, but a part which uses manual steps as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you mentioned before that for sometimes you try to validate it by trying to call somebody at location. Is this something your clients do, or that you do for them?
No, it's that what I wanted to show in the platform is that you can basically add a contact person from your supplier, and once we issue an alert, then this supplier will get a notification and they can update their status. This is also important because it doesn't mean directly that your delivery is really impacted. Like even if there is a labor strike at the location, for example, or a fire, they can still say, okay, but we are already resolving it. We are active. There is no issue. And this is
at the port, but don't worry, not our warehouse, the other one.
Exactly. This is the information we can usually not easily get from the public sources, but when we would integrate people from the ground.
Very interesting. Good. And you touched upon that subject. Which languages do you support? Like you do it in the native language you mentioned, so that means all languages, or?
Yeah, we support more than 50 languages, so all that you can probably, all come to mind, including Chinese and many other languages. And and the other ones that we don't support, and we have some translation models also for them that we can process them in English. And but let's say we have worldwide coverage with the languages we support.
Brilliant. So, and somebody, anonymous again, wants to know, what about the number of people working on the project? Are you open to hiring new people? Well,
so yeah, we are about 20 people right now at Prewave, and but also another freelancers we are working with. Yes, we are interested in hiring new people. So if you're interested, go to our website and read in the job section, you find the open positions, and drop us an email. And yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, well, we are through with the questions. So you still have the possibility to post a quick one right now. We received the feedback, a perfect example, AI will help us getting ahead of the game. Thank you for sharing this. And Clemens?
No final words of wisdom. Thanks a lot for joining, also for making it possible on such a short notice, because we just were in touch last week. If you could jump in and give a presentation. Thanks a lot for that.
Oh, wait a second. There's actually a delay between the stream and like our reality. We received another question. So, do you develop your own language models yourself or use existing ones? Is that?
Yes, so we have, of course, many different models that we use, and some of them we developed ourselves from scratch. We train ourselves, and some of them we use existing models, but we retrain them. And for some tasks where there are very good open models, location extraction, things like that, we also use existing models. Yeah, but you can imagine our AI really as a data science pipeline, with an input where a lot of things happening, like on an assembly line. Basically, a lot of things are happening until the final alert is generated and pushed into our platform and out to our users. Yeah.
Fantastic. No, thank you for sharing. And you are also available for B2B meetings, I hope. If you are interested in talking to Lisa or somebody of her team at Prewave, feel free to contact them. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for inviting me. Thanks.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Great. Now comes the last mini break of the day before we have the final session. So we start in 6 minutes sharp. It's at 4:30 Central European time with the last speech. So enjoy the break, grab a last coffee, and see you soon.
See you in a bit, in exactly 6 minutes. Yeah. Hello and welcome back, everybody. And it's our last session for today. And we have now with us Clemens Zauchner from ITPS. Hello, Clemens.
Hello.
And Markus Fühlinger from Gartner.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just to clarify, Gartner is a logistics company from Austria, operating out of Austria in 8 countries. And today, Clemens and Markus will tell us about how they achieve a mileage reduction in the transports of Gartner by using AI. The stage is yours. We have people watching on YouTube and LinkedIn. You can still ask questions to Clemens and Markus, which we will then answer in the Q&A session. And I would say the stage is yours. I share your presentation and we'll see each other in a few minutes.
Thank you very much for the introduction. As mentioned, we're going to talk about a project that we have just recently completed to reduce the empty mileage using data science at Gartner. Let me start by introducing IT Power Services just very briefly. We were founded in 2010 as a IT service provider with a strong focus on the IBM power systems. This is also the time when we started to implement the ITPS Performance Monitor, which is an end-to-end monitoring solution for a data center. And it now also incorporates a smart alert feature that is based on machine learning as well. In 2019, the data science unit was established, and our service portfolio, very briefly, I have problems with the presentation now because I cannot switch the slide anymore. Oh, yeah, that's the portfolio. Sorry about that. Realization of projects from the first concept to the finished data product. We upskill your employees with either generic classroom or even specialized classroom tailored to your needs. We have a consulting track helping you define a data science strategy and also drawing a use case roadmap. And all of that is based on the DPS Data Lab, which is a reproducible data science environment that we also used for this project. Now, Markus, I hand over to you for an introduction of Gartner.
Thank you very much, Clemens. Hello, everybody. As the moderators already mentioned, we are the transport company, Gartner, not Gartner Technology company. I'm happy to be here and to give you a rough overview what we did with in cooperation with ITPS and Clemens. So we have about 4,160 employees, and we do this business for 103 years already. We operate 2,000 trucks, so really trucks owned by Gartner, by ourselves, and we have 2,700 trailers roughly, and 1,400 containers that have a little bit facts what we are talking about. We have the global network. We have about 49 countries we operate in for unloading or loading, 19 locations and 8 countries where we are operating directly with an affiliate. We produce about 900,000 transport kilometers a year with the trucks. And we consume for that about 80 million liters of diesel a year. And we have empty kilometers around 10.8% from this 900,000 kilometers. We also do rail transport in a year. So with the containers, we also operate on intermodal transports on the train. But basically, our main business, of course, is transport on the road and warehousing also. So this is the rough overview about Gartner. Of course, there's a little bit more to tell you or to about the company. But let's jump into the more interesting thing for you guys, what we did with ITPS and what was our aim to start with empty mileage reduction. We have a pretty good ERP system in the place, which is basically handling all the data. So we have a pretty good databases because everything is already in one data source from all the transport management systems we have, from where we get the GPS locations and the status from the truck, etc. So we have already good basis of it, and then we thought, okay, how can we really work with this data? Because you have to imagine one dispatcher has about 50 trucks to dispatch every day, and so they have to make pretty fast decisions if there's an issue. For example, one truck breaks down because of whatever, or is in a traffic jam. We have to be quick to send the order to the customer. So then you have to have a lot of data in really fast time. And this was basically the start of it. And then we said, okay, when we have all this data, and what could we do about it? We try to reduce the unpaid empty mileage kilometers, because we have about this 2,000 trucks, and not everybody has every time the idea where each truck is. So and then it has to be fast to say which truck would fit exactly this, or could fit this order for the customer and for us the best. So where's the difference from the mileage, and has the driver enough time to go to the unloading and loading? How long do we load on the loading spot? Probably, did we load already though? Do we know, is it fast or unfast loading? So a lot of things what you have to take care about that, and this is not easy in a stressy situation where you have already issue. Yeah. So I think this is the big thing. And there are, of course, there are a lot of different topics, and then we tried to get with Clemens in touch, or with ITPS, to have data scientists to help us with this case, because we knew we have the data, we knew we have all the things, but we didn't know how to really bring it down or on the street in this term. Yeah. So I think this is everything. What is the kickoff for the more details and more AI experts, and I would hand it over back again to Clemens.
Thank you very much. Yeah, every data science project basically runs through a conception stage, a prototyping stage, and then hopefully a product stage. And we are going to show how we went through that process together in the last year. The specific starting point for this project was the use case idea to reduce empty mileage, but the details and the requirements were not so clear. And also there was a need to assess the data quality and also usability for this particular use case. So we started off with a use case concept workshop where we set out to define the use case in detail, to discuss it from different perspectives, to define success criteria, to identify data sources, tables that we could use for that use case, and then also to do a data assembly just to review all the data sources and fields that are available to us, and to prepare a data collection or data glossary that would help us later on in the project to know what the data looks like. The result of that is a detailed document, a concept document that outlines the use case and also a draft for the project plan. And then you start right into the prototype. Now, in the workshop and also within the project itself, you cannot expect that a data scientist just gets some data, defines a problem, goes away in his basement or some room, and comes back weeks later with a result. No, this is a very collaborative task that requires experts from the business, subject matter experts, data experts, and also data scientists and potentially data engineers to work together on that project. The way you work is you have iterations. Each iteration lasts for a week, and after each iteration, there's a status meeting with all the decision makers and subject matter experts that take part to we report on progress, the questions that are clarified, and this fosters knowledge exchange. We also coordinate the next steps of the project. In addition to that, during the week, there are breakout meetings on demand to discuss certain aspects in more detail and also to enable additional knowledge exchange. In the first weeks, what we have discussed is basically results from the IDE. We've looked at various sources and discussed the data quality, incomplete data, missing data, incorrect data, or even deviation in the data from a described process, and how we can deal with that. We also discussed possible approaches that seemed feasible to us, and we discussed them in depth to verify our assumptions towards the process and the modeling, and also to incorporate subject matter expertise from the subject matter experts, the dispatchers in the project, and also the data experts. We also created a non-functional front-end mock at the beginning to make it easier to depict what the final solution will look like at the end for the dispatcher. This is just to iron out some stumbling blocks very early. It helps the dispatcher to define what they need, and also helps us to understand the need better. We've then subsequently built the functionality into the prototype and had a prototypical front end to use later on in the project. This also increases the probability that the code that you produce is actually being used in production later. This was a very helpful tool. In the later iterations, again, there were some results of the EDA that we discussed, but also results of models. We discussed what works and what doesn't work, why it might not work, and whether we see still room for improvement. And to sum it up, there was some data from the ERP system and the transport management system, TMS, that we used to develop the tree-based recommendation system that then now uses the real-time data from the ERP and the TMS to create recommendations for optimal freight for a given truck and the optimal truck for a given freight. After this, there was a brief, not so brief actually, testing phase of the algorithm, and then we decided to actually put it into production, which now means an integration into an existing software. So the user interacts with the ERP using a web interface, and when a dispatcher searches for freight or for a truck, the search gets a request gets sent to our API that we expose from a Docker container using Nginx, and it gets forwarded to a Python container that then connects to the DB2 database and to other services, like, for example, depicted here, the routing service, gets all the data and creates the recommendations and sends them back to the ERP system where the user can see them. And all of this has been done with within a Docker swarm that is separate to the system running on Linux and Power next to the ERP system, which runs on IBM I. And this product stage is a lot different to a prototyping phase. Prototyping is exploratory. The product is more like a traditional software development task, and themes, work packages are code hardening, stability, fault tolerance, all those things that you need to run a solution stable for the long term. So to sum it up, the data here is the key to unlock opportunities to optimize core processes like the empty mileage reduction in your business. And a very important, crucial stepping stone for success is to have a methodical and strategic approach towards it. Things like prototyping really helps to engage those subject matter experts to facilitate testing later on, to build trust for the algorithm that you have used. And such flagship projects really pave the way for a broader data science initiative. And again, we've seen this with Gartner because we have already built on this project and have completed the concept phase for the next big project. And maybe in a year's time, we can discuss what we are doing there. At the end, just very briefly, let me shamelessly plug our data science talk that will happen in a month on the 25th of March, where we discuss data science with our partner, Red Hat. And that's the content from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clemens and Markus, for this presentation. We give our audience a little bit time to process the information, but we already received a couple of questions, which I would like to pull up now. Where is it? Here it is. So let's see. Anonymous asks, do you plan to offer this solution also to other companies? For example, as a joint service? Clemens, I think this question is directed to you.
Well, this is a tailor-made solution for Gartner at the moment. And this is currently the state. It was developed in a prototypical project. Now it's been integrated into the software, and that's for the moment where it will remain. If there are similar needs, there may be some possibility to think about that and how to bring that solution out, but not currently, no.
All right, wonderful. So, and Robert is asking, which ERP system is Gartner using? This question is directed to you, Markus, if you may answer.
Yes. So actually, we're using a software called Sauer. We use it already pretty long. I was introduced by Gartner with this software. That's why I know the process in the system pretty well. So it's called Sauer, like sweet, and the other opposite in German. This is running on a DB2. And basically, it handles all the processes in one software, also from the service station to the warehouse. So it's basically doing everything what we really need. All the processes are in there.
Thanks for sharing.
That makes it easy for data, because you have one pool of data, and you can get it from there. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. And maybe we didn't get that but maybe you mentioned it, but how much is actually the reduction of empty mileage so far?
Yeah, as we started it right now with the implementing of the ERP system. So basically, like Clemens said, we adopted this call to the ERP system so that the user does not have to use or switch software. We rolled it out 1 month ago, approximately, and we calculate with 1% that we reduce the mileage, but we don't have exact data how much it's because we don't know, did he choose this from because of the AI, because it was a suggestion from the AI, or did he choose it by himself? So there probably will be some feedback into the ERP where he says, okay, I took this load because I used the recommendation from the AI. And so I can't really tell you about that, but the aim is to reduce 1%. And what we see right now, that the big advantage is right now in Corona pandemic, that a lot of people are not sitting next to each other. So when normally they ask over the desk, hey, do you use this truck, or can I use it? And they cannot communicate like that fast. So they use this AI, and they will see, okay, I could use this one. Perfect.
Interesting. Yeah, well, 1% doesn't sound like much, but with the millions of kilometers that you actually ramp up, it's quite something.
The second question is actually aiming for the business case behind the 1%. What is the amortization time you calculate with for this project?
Yeah.
This was a kind of POC for that. So we already know that we will save some time, not only in empty kilometers, also in productionizing of the people, because they have more information. So it's pretty hard for us to calculate on this, but the invest was not too high because the data was not really difficult to get. But we think that the amortization will take about half a year, something like that, depending how fast we bring it out to our users that they use it.
Thank you very much. And we are actually at the end of our 4-hour slot. So, right now, actually, we might not be able to.
No, that's fine. For those on YouTube or on the conference page, no problem. You can still hear us. For those on LinkedIn, you will not hear what we are saying now because we're 14 seconds over the limit.
Maybe not. Maybe we should ask Michele from the morning, but who knows? So let's. Well, do we have time for a 1-minute answer?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, here nothing has changed.
Okay, then Markus, maybe to you, how strong is the support of your CEO for projects like this? How innovation
it's always a difficult topic, yeah, because to explain somebody what the machine is gonna do and how it's gonna how you calculate it and what it will help us, yeah. And yes, it is their understanding for that we have to go for that, but not with a big bang. It will go with step by step and figure out, is it really working? So the proof of concept and the productionizing what we did, hopefully we'll get a stronger support from the CEO that we have one guy doing AI in the future or data scientists in the future for more.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Clemens from ITPS, Markus Füllinger from Gartner. You and some of your team members are in the B2B meetings. Thank you so much for taking the time and presenting today.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. And we wish you a good day and hope to see you again tomorrow. For our audience, we are concluding the session for today. The program continues on tomorrow, where we will start again at 10 a.m. Central European time. So same as today. If you're in another time zone, the B2B meetings stay open. And thank you from the side of Advantage Austria.
Yeah, thank you from AI Austria for joining. Tomorrow, besides the talks, we will also give you an outlook which further events to expect, because right now this is just the first AAIC of the year. Lots of things to come. So, but this is time for tomorrow. So yeah, please use the B2B networking. It still stays open. And if you have any questions, you can always contact us via LinkedIn, B2Match, or shoot us an email to aaic@aiaustria.com. So with that, we wish you a nice evening. And yeah, thanks a lot for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.